and up in importance. Obviously, we've had a lot of activity today as well with The Rock's comments, which we can absolutely talk about. I kind of feel like I've made my feelings fairly well known on X, because all the things that I'm wondering, all the things that I'm questioning, I did put out on there. So if you're not following me on X, I would say, formerly known as Twitter, I would say definitely look to do that, because a lot of the things that go into unseen, or things that just don't make unseen, I do tend to share on there, as well as thoughts as things are happening. So if you have been following me on there, I think a lot of what we're going to say might be a bit of a repeat of that, but either way, there is a lot to get our teeth into. So I hope everyone is well. So what I'm going to do actually is I'm just going to show, I think I might as well just show my X account, and then I can just read a couple of those tweets, because again, as I just said, my feelings are pretty much in line with those. So it does make sense to jump over there, and boom, here we go. And just go through. So obviously The Rock came out and did the Cody Crybaby thing. Let's make this bigger. So this is honestly one of my questions is like, so The Rock has joined the TKO board, which we know he has. He muscles his way into Cody Roman, and dirt sheets are saying that that's the situation. You know, the plan was Cody Roman, and then obviously The Rock joined the TKO board in early January, and that's when it was in his contract that he could get the match at WrestleMania. So we don't know what's happened with Cody winning the Rumble and The Rock joining and it being in his contract. There's still grey area there. But, you know, it's undeniable the plan was Cody Roman. In fact, Cody was told that just before, I think a week before the Royal Rumble, according to the dirt sheets. So it's undeniable that The Rock has managed to muscle his way into this thanks to joining the board in early January, right? And now he thinks it's a good idea to insult a large part of the fan base for being invested in the product. So if you've not heard, he came out and he says, like, Cody is got passionate fans, but some of those fans, those grown adult fans, they're like Cody crybabies. And he just went off saying about how the kids are asking to play catch, but the dad has got to sit there and finish the story on social media. And he was basically laying into like the Cody movement, right? A lot of people are saying, oh, I think it's aimed at the death threats that Ava received. I don't. He hasn't been specific enough for that, and we can look at that in a second. But anyway, you can see me ask the question, what is The Rock doing? Like, what is he doing? This timeline, if you go, right, he joins the board, he forces his way into this story, and now he's insulting the fans. And you can see that Cody Crybabies here is starting to climb up the trends. So nearly 8,000 tweets, mentions for that, right? So what is he doing? Because if he is now being a heel, right, because this does feel like a heel move, then are we building towards heel Rock versus heel Roman? Is that where we're going? Heel Rock against heel Roman? And how is that good for Cody? Cody obviously could have just picked Roman. He could have just selected Roman and gone one-on-one, but he didn't. Instead, he's allowed The Rock to come in. If The Rock's now going to be a heel, how does this make sense? How does this make sense? How does it make sense that Cody has stepped to the side to allow a heel Rock to take on a heel Roman in a match that is just going to be heel against heel and is going to be very strange? I don't understand. I don't get it. I don't understand. So if he's now turned heel, what are we doing at WrestleMania? And if he hasn't turned heel, how did he think this was a good idea? How did he think insulting quite a large part of the fan base, right? How did he think that was a good idea? Like, he's joined the board and one of the first things he's done is insult the fans. I can't get my head around it. The only explanation I can find, or I can think, is that this has not gone the way they thought. I think they thought that there would be sympathy for Cody, but the dirt sheets are saying they didn't expect The Rock to be seen as a heel. They didn't expect Rocky sucks chants, right? The crowd were chanting Rocky sucks the other day on Monday, and that message has got through, right? And I also think every time The Rock has been shown, there's been boos in NXT, at house shows, and at Raw, right? He's been booed. So I think The Rock is looking at the current landscape, and he's going, right, I can't see any way I'm going to go on the stage on Thursday and not be booed, right? I can't see any way that's going to happen. So if they're going to boo me, I'm going to give them a reason to boo me. I'm going to really lean into this now, right? So he's seemingly doing that. But where does that leave WrestleMania? That's the question. Where does that leave WrestleMania? If he is leaning into being a heel, where does that leave WrestleMania? And honestly, if he's not being a heel and he's just speaking his mind, and he's just laid into a load of the fans for being invested in the product, I mean, that's even worse, to be honest. That's even worse. That is, maybe why Vince didn't do that many interviews, right? Because I'm sure Vince would like to lash out at some of the things people have said about him in the past. Forget the allegations, right? We're talking about booking. I'm sure Vince would have liked to have lashed out at people about some of the things that had been said about his booking in the past. So, if The Rock has come in and got this wrong and now done an interview where he's lashing out at people that have criticized him for it, that ain't a good look, is it? That ain't a good look. So I just don't know. I think it is that he is turning heel. That's my gut feeling. My gut feeling is he's leaning into being a heel. That's my gut feeling. But this whole thing is just, woof. I mean, let's just quickly jump back to the rest of this. So if he is a heel now, then how are we building heel Rock versus heel Roman at WrestleMania? How is a heel Rock good for Cody? Cody seems to think that things are good. He asked his fans to trust him, indicating there's a plan. If The Rock's not heel, then how are Cody crybabies meant to respect The Rock after this fiasco? Does anyone know what the hell is going on? Tonight's press event has got a lot of work to do. A lot of work to do. So here, I did start getting people going, no, he's only having a go at those that sent death threats, right? So this was my response to that. Cody crybabies. These are grown-ass men. Cody's got to finish his story. Blah, 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 right? I really don't think this is aimed at those that drove Ava off social media. He could have mentioned overstepping the mark or taking things too far. It's just not specific enough. Like, he doesn't specify that it's like a toxic part of the fan base. He doesn't talk about toxicity or it being going too far. No way is this specific enough, right, to send that message. I think a lot of people are thinking that that's maybe where he's like going with it, but I don't think that at all. And as I've said here, if that is what The Rock was aiming for, he missed badly, right? I really think he's leaning into the negative reaction, and I think he's being a heel. I guess his logic is, if I'm going to be booed, then I might as well go for it. But again, where does that leave the WrestleMania plans? Halster says, why can't we get both matches? Brock's not there, so they could pay Roman extra to do both nights. So why can't we do both matches? We can. There's a couple of barriers that we've got. Obviously, if Roman gets injured on night one, then that's a massive issue because it completely derails whatever the match on night two would be. The other issue as well is that Cody surely would have to wrestle twice. surely would have to wrestle twice, because Cody is going to have a major advantage if he only wrestles once and Roman wrestles twice. I mean, obviously, you could do maybe Cody Roman first and then do Rock Roman after. But also, Cody said he wasn't going to be facing Roman at WrestleMania. It feels to me, right, and I could be wrong, but it feels to me like there is a plan. It feels to me like there is a strategy. You know, Cody saying, trust me, yeah? Rock saying that he's a long gamer, right? And that there's a long game that's being played. Cody saying, trust me. WWE leaning into the We Want Cody movement, right? Which we saw on Monday. They showed the signs. They may not have made the signs, but they showed the signs on the show. They easily could have not cut to those. And there was plenty of mentions on commentary with Michael Cole saying, I want Cody to finish the story, you know, and talking about how Cody had trended for 3 days. I mean, WWE on Monday made it very, very clear. We heard you. We saw the tweets. We saw the trends. We are aware of how you feel, right? And so they made that very clear on Raw. So to me, there is a plan. To me, there is going to be some sort of swerve. There's going to be something that goes down tonight that's going to lead us down a very interesting path. And there are a few ways that they can go, right? There's a few different things that they can do. And we've spoken about those on recent streams. One of them would be the 2-night strategy. That would definitely be one, right? Another one, as we said, would be that we do Rock Roman and Cody gets the winner later in the year. We would have to announce now when that is, because Cody fans want a date now, right? We thought we had a date when he won the Rumble, and so we thought we knew the story would be finished at WrestleMania. If that's not going to happen, we need a new date, right? We need to know it's SummerSlam or it's Saudi, but Saudi would suck, right? Or, you know, this Madison Square Garden idea that keeps floating around, right? So we would need to know exactly when it's going to happen. If it was a case that Cody was still going to get his opportunity, it was just later in the year, and Cody came out and said, this is exactly what I want. I want this because I know The Rock is going to weaken the bloodline for me, and all I want is my fair shot, right? If I go up against Roman right now, he's got Solo. He's got Jimmy. I fear it'll be the same result as last year. But if The Rock has a crack at Roman first, we can stand a chance of weakening the bloodline, and then I can have my fair shot at finishing the story. If Cody was to say something like that, I think that would go some way. It might not win over everybody, but I think it would go some way as to having Cody fans go, okay, so Cody wants this. There is a date for when he's going to hopefully finish the story. We know why he's stepped aside. He hasn't stepped aside forever. He's going to get his title match, but he's doing it because The Rock can weaken the bloodline, right? If it was to go down that road, I think fans might still be disappointed they're not going to see it at WrestleMania, but I think a lot of the concern, the confusion, that at least would go away, right? All of that would go away. So I think that would go some way to pleasing fans. So, okay, that way you still end up with Rock versus Roman, but it's not going to have as bad a taste in your mouth if you are a Cody fan. Or you do the 2-night thing. Absolutely, you could go down that road. There are a few thoughts that they may do the triple threat. It's not the direction I would go, but if The Rock is going to be heel and Roman is heel, then you could do babyface Cody up against 2 heels. I mean, all he's gone and done, though, is made this harder for himself. I mean, this would be insane. He wins the Rumble, and rather than just, like, picking Roman, he's stepped aside to allow The Rock into a match that The Rock has no real right being in because he didn't qualify or earn the right in, right? He didn't win the Rumble like Cody. And so, all of a sudden, now Cody's made his own story harder for seemingly no benefit and no reason. So the triple threat is not the road that I would go down. It's not what I'm looking for. That's going to need some heavy explaining if we do go down that path. But they could go down that path, and at least Rock fans get The Rock at Mania. At least Cody fans get Cody at Mania. And, all right, it might not be the match that Rock fans want, and it might not be the match that Cody fans want. But listen, it's better than where Cody fans are right now. Let's put it that way. Right now, it's Cody versus Seth. It's Rock versus Roman. And there doesn't seem to be any movement on that. So if I was a betting man, I just don't know which way I would go. I think the triple threat would be off the table. If I was a betting man, the 2-night thing is tempting, but I don't know. I really think it's going to be Rock Roman and Cody Sam against Seth. Cody against Seth and Rock versus Roman. I think we're going to end up with that because everything up till this point has said that's what's happening. All the dirt sheets keep saying it's locked and this is what we're getting, right? Obviously, plans can change. Obviously, plans can change. And dirt sheets can be wrong, right? So you obviously have to keep that in mind. So I think that we end up with those matches, but I think they make them more appetizing. They put something in there that's going to explain. We still don't know why Cody stepped aside. And if we get that answer tonight, that might go some way as to, like, you know, sorting this mess out. But, I mean, look, the Rock seemed very confident when he got off the plane yesterday. Very, very confident. Cody says trust him. WWE have had plenty of time. It's not like something went wrong last night and now here we are at the press conference. This went wrong last Friday, right? When they didn't get the reactions they were expecting. So, and then, of course, they've had the weekend and everything that went on over the weekend. They could have done something on Monday. They decided to not explain it, but basically say, tune in Thursday, tune in Thursday, tune in Thursday. Here we are now, it's Thursday, so I feel like they've had plenty of time to run a few different plays. This feels very much like the end of a football game. Feels like the end of a football game, and you've got the book of plays. Which play are we going to go for? There's several that we can do. It's just which one are they going to choose, right? Which one do they choose? And is it the right play? Like, does it result in the touchdown that we need, right? Because they're looking through the book at the moment and there's some bad options in there, but there are some decent ones as well. There is a way of fixing this, and it's just we're all tuned in to see which one they choose. Which one are they going to run, right? And I think they've got one. I'll be very interested to find out one day if it ever changed. I'll be very interested to know if they had a play that then changed because of these negative reactions towards The Rock. I would love a documentary on this. I keep saying this. This whole thing has been one of the most fascinating periods I've ever seen. Like, honestly, it's been so interesting. It's been so opinionated. It's been so passionate. When do we ever see like an outpouring like we saw at the weekend with the whole we want Cody, we want Rocky? When have we ever seen this? Right? I mean, maybe it has happened before. I mean, I honestly can't remember Kofi Mania I remember there being a real support for him, but I don't know if it got this. Well, it never got this toxic. I think the fact that we've actually got two rival camps this time has kind of elevated everything because the two sides have bounced off each other. And so it's just meant that everything's got more exaggerated, and it's got bigger as a result. So I think that, you're talking about the WrestleMania main event, you're talking about the Royal Rumble winner, you're talking about one of the biggest stars right now in Cody, maybe the biggest star right now in Roman, one of the biggest stars of all time in The Rock. I mean, you've just got all the ingredients. You've just got every ingredient you would want for just a massive explosion. And that's what's happened. There's been a big explosion. And right now we need to know what the plan is to sort of fix it and how we're going to sort it out. So, oh God, it is absolutely fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. I saw there was a few super chats. We're going to get to these, and then I want to get back into the chat. So, Craig Griffin, shout out to you, my friend. Norm Grimes, shout out to you as well. Welcome, welcome. So, yeah, members, we are going to look to start doing those toy hunt things. So, every week we look to do a member stream. Obviously, we can't do that this week because here we are. But I am going to look to start doing the toy hunt things. So I'll go back to the old toy hunts, re-watch them, react to them, kind of talk about behind the scenes bits and bobs, if I can remember anything, and talk about like the things that worked, things that didn't work. And I think that could be really good. That series was one of the most popular on the channel. So definitely looking to start that. Trent, shout out to you, says, hear me out. Okay, you've got the floor. What if the swerve is actually Roman and Rock are teaming and trying to defend the family from Cody? This would work for them both being heel. So what I would say is that if they are working together, trying to defend the family from Cody, then that could work because Cody asked The Rock for advice, and The Rock basically said, no, leave him to me. So The Rock we push Cody to the side. But the thing is that how does this play out then? Because you can't do Rock versus Roman if Rock and Roman are on the same side, right? And so what does that mean? That The Rock is just also going to be in Roman's corner? Like, that's not going to please Rock fans. So you can't do the match, right? Because you can't do Rock Roman if they're on the same team. That would mean that Rock would be in Roman's corner. You're going to have a lot of upset Rock fans because they're expecting Rock Roman now, and anything less than Rock Roman, they're going to be upset. So, or, you know, as big as the backlash was for We Want Cody, if following this press conference, it's Cody Roman and The Rock's out, right? You're going to have a massive backlash of Rock fans very upset. So I just don't know, man. I mean, it makes sense for the story so far, right? I agree with you. Makes sense for the story so far. But how do you take that going forwards? And what does WrestleMania look like if they are working together? If the swerve turns out that Rock turns around to Cody at this press conference and says, sorry, blood is thicker than water, and sides with Roman, where does that leave us for WrestleMania? It has to leave us with Cody versus Roman. It has to leave us with Cody versus Roman. And then you've got a lot of upset Rock fans. So, I don't know, man. That ain't the direction I would be taking it personally. I think, again, there's lots of plays. There's a whole playbook that you can go through, but it is definitely one that needs a lot of thought. There's so much to this. Bonkers said Rock signs his deal with Roman, then out comes Cody and said, you've screwed people over for so long. Now you're going to have 2 matches. Yeah, the 2-night thing absolutely could be on the table, but as I said, Roman then would need to respond by making Cody have a second match, because how is it fair that Roman has 2 matches and Cody only has 1? And if anyone was to respond by saying, yeah, but this is, you know, Roman getting his comeuppance, right? My counter to that would be, well, when Cody wins the title, you want him to feel like he's overcome every mountain that was thrown in his way. If he's beaten an already weakened Roman because Roman's had to have a match the night before, I don't think there's a great deal of honor in that. And I think it really takes away from the moment. It's one thing to finish the story, but what no one's really talking about is that the story has to be finished the right way. You can't, for example, cash in, right? Even WWE haven't thought or gone down the road of having Cody cash in, because that's not a good look for Cody. Cody can't. If Cody cashes in, he could finish his story, but he does it by cashing in on a weakened Roman. Like, when this story is completed, there has to be honor. He has to slay the dragon, right? but he has to do it the right way. So the 2-night thing is absolutely on the table, but Roman at some point, maybe not on this press conference, but at some point would have to turn around and tell Cody, if I'm wrestling twice, then you're wrestling twice. And, you know, then it would just be a case of keeping our fingers crossed that we get to WrestleMania and there's no injuries in that first match or those first matches, because you'd have to run both very nervously. Cody versus Seth on night 1, keeping your fingers crossed that Cody doesn't get injured. And then Roman versus Rock night 1, keeping your fingers crossed that Roman doesn't get injured, so that you can then do the main event of night 2, where hopefully we do finish the story. The other thing I would say as well is, if we are doing Rock versus Roman, what that's heel against heel now, because these Rock comments have obviously reverberated around the wrestling world. So I don't understand. I don't get that bit now. I don't understand. I don't understand how him turning heel or leaning into being heel is going to benefit the direction that we're going, because who wants to see heel Roman versus heel Rock? I don't know. People are saying, well, he could be a tweener. He could be like in between. Or maybe he's just a face and he's just standing up for his fans, you know? But I don't know. I mean, I think he's been a douche. I think his comments were out of line, to be honest. But they're not if he's a heel. If that's what he has really said, where he has really come out and said about how, like, there's Cody crybabies, right? And basically made fun of people that are really into WWE. They're really into the product. They're really into the storylines. If he's come out and made fun of those people for real, I don't get it. I really don't get it. I don't get the business logic. I don't get the storyline logic. I don't get it. So I don't think he would do that. I don't think he's that stupid. So he's a clever businessman. So I don't think that this has got to him. He talks about having thick skin. So I don't think this has got to him to the point where he's made a comment like that and sort of lashed out. I don't believe that. I really think he's turned heel. I really think it's a heel comment and designed to sort of lean into the heat that he's getting. He heard those Rocky Sucks chants on Raw. He heard them. He heard the fans booing him at the house show. He heard the fans booing him every time his graphic was shown on screen at NXT and at Raw. He knows. He knows. So I think he's gone, well, if I'm getting booed, might as well give him something to boo me for, and has like leaned into it. But it just confuses me, because how are you going to do Rock Roman if they're both heels? I don't understand. Who are you meant to root for? Is this meant to... I don't know. Who am I meant to root for? I don't understand. Yeah, I honestly, there's a lot of heavy lifting that needs to be done in this press event. Welsh Warrior said, Days, hear me out. What if the Swerve is The Rock is a special guest ref and makes it so there's no interference? Well, I would say, why has he just called a load of Cody fans crybabies, right? And then I would also say, how are you going to explain to the Rock fans that are pretty adamant they're getting Rock Roman, how are you going to explain to them that they ain't getting that match now, right? So for me, brilliant. I'm not bothered, right? As long as I get Cody against Roman, right? What I'm looking for, what I was looking for, was for both matches to be announced today, right? Didn't matter if they were both going to be at WrestleMania, but what I wanted is, you know, listen, Rock Roman has been a dream match for a long time. Rock versus Roman has been, I am honestly stunned on the roads that we're going down here. I really cannot wait to see how this plays out, because whatever play they are running right now, I am struggling to see it. I'm really struggling to see it. I don't know if in football there's ever been a play that has been run where people watched it and went, what are they doing? And then it comes off and everyone goes, whoa, that was one of the most mind-blowing things I've ever seen, right? That is exactly how I feel right now, right? They are running a play that I am struggling to understand, right? I can work out elements and I can see bits, but I can't see how it all comes together. Because as I said, certainly following his comments on earlier today, I sort of go, well, how are we doing Rock Roman then? Because you're going to have a load of fans that are like, nah, The Rock, I don't appreciate what he was said, you know, and not really bothered in the match. Like, I don't know. Honestly, there's a load of people that are really upset with The Rock now, right? Online. And his comments and everything, because he's basically gone in on Cody fans. And there's a lot of Cody fans because, of course, I don't know if you've noticed, there's been a lot of support for Cody. So for The Rock to go in on Cody, he's now gone and annoyed a load of people, right? So how do we do Rock Roman? That's heel against heel in my eyes right now. As of right now, heel against heel. Do you just run the match? Do you just run heel against heel? How have you managed to mess up Rock versus Roman? How have you managed to mess that up? It was very simple, right? Roman destroys everyone, and we all go, oh man, who's gonna face Roman at WrestleMania? No, there's no one left. He's beaten everyone. If you smell, The Rock, it's very simple. I mean, it was very simple. It was like a 5-year-old could have booked this. Very easy. But all of a sudden now we've got Rock insulting fans, muscling his way into a storyline. Cody's like, trust me. I can't see the play. And if the end result is that Rock's now going to be a special enforcer, well, I would say, okay, but then why has he just insulted a load of Cody fans? And good luck explaining to the Rock fans that they ain't getting the match they want now. Because you've got a load of Rock fans that have loved it since Friday because they're getting their dream match. You know, there's a lot of people that are like, listen, I'm not bothered by Cody. And, all right, it sucks with how we've got to the match. I've had a lot of people say this to me. I agree. It sucks how this match has come together. But Rock Roman is the match I've wanted for years and years and years. I love The Rock. We're finally getting it. This might be my only chance to see it. Hashtag we want Rocky. I have been sent that so many times, right? And there's no argument to that, is there? How do you argue that? How can you turn around and argue that? All I can say is, well, I don't think they've built it the right way. But that's exactly what the people contacting me are saying as well. This has not been built the right way. So we're kind of like, you know, they're happy that they're getting that match. If that now gets taken away, you're going to see a big backlash online again. You're going to have a big social media falling out again. So special enforcer is fine, but it's not gonna solve all the problems. And the only thing is, if you do that and then maybe announce the Rock match Roman later in the year. So Rock Roman later in the year, you've got to do that, and you've got to give them a date. So Rock Roman later in the year, and then obviously I still don't know why he would have insulted the fans. The other issue as well is that Cody said he wasn't going to face Roman at WrestleMania. Obviously, that could be a swerve because, you know, what people are saying is, what about if Roman signs the contract thinking he's just facing The Rock when actually he's not facing The Rock, he's facing Cody, and The Rock is Cody's special enforcer. But if The Rock's going to be a special enforcer that's going to call it down the middle, why did he just insult a load of Cody fans? I don't. Honestly, I'm looking at the plays, and I'm definitely finding elements in the plays that I can see, but I can't find the play they're running at the moment. This is honestly, it's going to be like it's going to be an awakening when this actually unravels and we see what the story is and we see what play they're running. If it is, everything gets fixed, right? If it is that everything gets fixed, I mean, all you could do is applaud. All you could do is applaud, because if there is a solution to why he's just made the comments he's made, why Cody stepped to the side, how the story is going to be finished, making sure Cody fans are happy, making sure Rock fans are happy. Like, if they can solve all that within whatever's about to happen tonight, I mean, they deserve some sort of awards. I mean, I don't know if we can give them a Nobel Peace Prize, but maybe we could, because if they can have Cody fans and Rock fans happy tonight, I think they deserve the Nobel Peace Prize. Have you seen social media? Honestly, it is a blaze. Niall said, hashtag we want Yoshi Tatsu. Let's go. Let's go. Now we're talking some sense. There we go. Do you know what? It should be one of those where, you know, neither side gets the match, right? That would be the fairest thing now, right? Rock fans, no. You don't get Rock Roman. Cody fans, no. You don't get Cody Roman. Instead, we're going to have Yoshi Tatsu taking on Tajiri in the main event of WrestleMania, and you're going to watch it and you're going to enjoy it, right? So it's one of those where no one gets anything anymore. So, Niall, shout out to you. British Knight 40 says, Forbidden Door, etc. If Cody is winning after the match, the Bloodline attack Cody, and who should make the save? Dustin. Then give Dustin the belt to present, showing the true Bloodline. It would be epic, says British Knight 40. Yeah, I agree. I really would love for Dustin to be involved. Honestly, I don't know, because I don't know when Cody knew last year he wasn't winning, but there was no Dustin. So maybe Cody knew a bit in advance, and so they didn't bother reaching out. To be honest, I just don't know how Tony Khan would react to that, because I think Tony would allow it, but he would probably want there to be some sort of AEW mention, and I really don't know if WWE, Vince wouldn't. No way. There's no way Vince would mention AEW at WrestleMania. TKO, would they do it for the sake of that moment? Don't know. I don't know. That's tricky, innit? You know, if I'm Tony Khan, that's tricky, because it means so much to Dustin and it means so much to Cody that you wouldn't want to stand in the way. And it's great promotion for AEW, but you could totally understand AEW wanting a graphic or wanting a mention on commentary, you know, wanting something. And I just don't know if TKO would allow it. I really don't. I really, really don't. We know that Vince wouldn't. So that is going to be a problem, and a real shame, honestly, a real shame, because he should be there in that moment. He should be there in that moment. But as we said, he wasn't there last year, but I just don't know when Cody knew that he wasn't going to be successful. But yeah, I mean, let's try and get the match first. Let's try and get the match first. If we can get Cody Roman, then brilliant, because the Cody fans will be happy, and that's what I'm looking for as well. But you will then have a lot of very, very upset Rock fans, as we said. So, British Knight 40, shout out to you, my friends. Harry said, where do I watch this press conference? Oh, it's everywhere, but it is absolutely everywhere. It is the talk of the town. It's on Peacock. It's on YouTube. It's across all their social medias. So it is absolutely everywhere. So you can't miss it. You can't miss it. It starts in just over 2 hours' time. Just over 2 hours' time. So we've got plenty of time for your thoughts, your theories, your opinions. I want to try and get to as many as we can, check around as many as we can. But all I would say is really have a think about them, because we've got Rock fans who I really don't think WWE are going to want to upset. The Rock is one of the most popular personalities in the world, right? WWE have already sent the message out that we're getting this match, because that face-to-face on SmackDown, right? That went everywhere. They really got everyone's attention with that face-to-face. If you're not a WWE fan, you got the message that The Rock and Roman and WrestleMania and there's something going down, right? So for The Rock now to not have that match, Maybe he could be at ringside, special enforcer or something like that. But clearly he's going to be involved in some manner, right? So we can't disappoint that fan base. We can't upset the Rock fans. It's too big. That fan base is too large. He's one of the most popular men in the world, right? So I feel like we have to do Rock Roman. I feel like we have to. I can't see how we don't do that match unless we do Cody Roman and then we announce when we're doing Rock Roman, right? I really think both matches have to be announced tonight. I really believe that. I really think they've got to tell us when we get both of these matches. Even if we don't get the Cody match at WrestleMania, as I said earlier, if you can let Cody fans know when it's going to happen, I really think that'll go some way as to kind of easing the disappointment and the confusion. They've got to explain why Cody stepped aside. They've got to explain when the match is going to happen. Cody won the Rumble. He right now, he's not picked anyone. If they turn around and say, right, well, Cody, you can use your Rumble win to main event SummerSlam this year. We will do that for you if you don't want to pick anyone for WrestleMania, right? I don't know that we've ever had someone win the Rumble and not select for Mania, right? I don't think we've ever had that. But could Cody have a conversation saying, look, I just don't think the bloodline is weak enough at the moment. I need to find a way of weakening the bloodline so that when I do get my shot, it's a fair shot. If he was to have that conversation with like Nick Aldis, Adam Pearce, Triple H, and say, I've got a plan, but it's going to require me getting my shot not at WrestleMania, but at SummerSlam. And this is the plan. This is the play that I want to run. If he was to go with something like that, I think a large chunk of Cody fans would go with it because they know when they're getting the match. They know when Cody finishes the story, and they also know why he stepped aside. So they're getting answers as well. So, you know, I mean, I think there's a lot they need to do here. They need to explain why he stepped aside, but they also need to tell us when we get both matches. You got too many Rock fans that want this match, need this match, are passionate about this match. You can't take it away from them. You can't. You can't take it away from them now. So Mike said, could we have Cody face the winner of Rock Roman? Yes, we could. We could. So you could do it that Cody faces the winner at SummerSlam, and that was reported. So apparently it's one of the plays, one of the pitches is that we do Cody against Seth, and we do Rock versus Roman, and the two winners face each other in a unification match at SummerSlam. Now, I'm not crazy about this idea. If it was on the table right now, would I take it? Maybe, but I would definitely want better. The reason why I say that is because Cody and Dustin and Dusty, the Rhodes family, has never held a world title in WWE. Never held a world title in WWE, right? Do we want that first world title that they get their hands on? Do we want that to be when they finish the story, when Cody finishes the story, right? Or do we want it to be him getting his hands on Seth's belt, which is a world title, but no one really cares about it? It hasn't established itself. It only arrived last year out of thin air in 2023. It was created out of nothing because Roman had the main belt on lockdown. So do we really want that to be the first belt that Cody... Not for me. I don't. Because the problem is when he finishes the story, I think a little something is lost because it won't be his first world championship. His first world championship would be the one he got from Seth. And I think that when he finishes the story, of course it's going to be emotional. Of course he's doing it for his dad. Of course it's still going to hit. But it won't be his first world championship. It won't be his first world championship. The whole point of the story is to, like, obviously win it for his dad, but a Rhodes has never won a world title. So I'm just not into this unification thing. Plus also, why do you want to unify these belts? The roster is so big. It's bigger than it was in the 80s. It's certainly bigger than it was in the 70s and the 60s, right? This is a big roster. They've got two big brands in Raw and SmackDown, and they have filled them rosters, right? And so I think we have enough guys to warrant 2 world championships. I know there's a lot of people that feel there should only be 1 world champion. And I do understand that. I really, really do, because I watched wrestling in the Hogan era, right? When we had only 1 world champion. But this is a very different company to the company from the Hogan era. It's a much bigger company. The rosters are a lot bigger now. And I think you've just got to look at the number of people around and say that we can afford to have a world champion on Raw and a world champion on SmackDown. Like, it is big enough to warrant both of those. And actually, if you look in the history of WWE in recent years, we have had, for the past 20 odd years or so, we have had 2 world champions because the roster has been big enough to maintain them. So why would we go to 1 world champion and limit the opportunity for the Nakamura's, the Sami Zayns, the Damian Priests, the Finn Balor's, the Kevin Owens? Why would we take that away from them? Because you know that Gunther is going to be a world champion. You know that CM Punk is going to be a world champion. You know that Cody, once he gets his first, will get another after. So how do we get Sammy in there? How do we get Nakamura in there? How do we get Gunther in there? How do we get, like, Kevin Owens in there? How do we get AJ Styles in there? How do you get LA Knight in there? Like, how do you get these people into the world title picture if the 1 belt is going to be on lockdown for the foreseeable future? You don't is the answer. You don't. So all these people go without. So a title unification to me just seems crazy. That really does not seem like the right way forward. That really doesn't seem like the play. But, you know, we'll have to see. That is an option on the table, and it is one that is been heavily rumored. Mario, shout out to you, my friend. Really appreciate the support. Mario said, making The Rock a bigger heel is a diversion strategy for everyone who is sick of Roman's title reign. It's the only way they will be okay with Roman leaving WrestleMania as champion. That is an excellent point. That is an excellent point. Are they leaning into this as a way of doing Rock Roman and for people to not be too down when Roman leaves as champion? Because if you do Rock Roman, Roman's winning. I'm fairly certain of that, right? I can't see The Rock being the one that ends this historic title reign, and he shouldn't be either, because The Rock is as big as he is ever going to be, right? He's about as big as I think you can be, right? It's hard to think of how you can be bigger than The Rock unless your name's Taylor Swift, right? So I don't see what The Rock gains from being the one that ends up beating Roman. Not when we've got so many current stars that would really benefit from being the ones to end this reign, you know? You know, Cody would not only get a world title and finish the story, but there is another prize in being the one that beats Roman, right? That's like ending the Undertaker's streak right now. That's like a whole prize in itself. Like, it's not just getting the title off Roman, because he's been champ for so long and so many have tried and failed. If you can do it, then that's a prize in itself. And I don't want that prize to go to The Rock, because he's already as big as he will ever be. And to be quite frank, he's had his career. He's gone to Hollywood, and now he comes back and does the odd attraction match. But not even that, because when was his last match? When was the last time we saw The Rock? To be honest, I've not looked. I remember him doing that 7-second match against Rowan at WrestleMania 32, which was 8 years ago, right? So the idea that The Rock, one of these massive stars from, 20 odd years ago, is now going to come in, push a current star to the side, and be the one that ends this historic reign. I mean, no, there ain't no part of that I want. I'll take the match. I'll take Rock against Roman, right? But the way it's been built so far is about as bad as you could hope to see, right? It's been absolutely horrific. At no point would I ever have said that we would do Rock versus Roman face to face, and a load of people at home would go, "Oh, what? Oh, I wanted Cody." How did they manage that? Right? And now you've got The Rock coming out and insulting Cody fans. He is gonna get heat. He is gonna get heat. If we thought it was gonna be not sure. Listen, that message has gone out loud and clear. The Rock knew what he was doing when he made those comments. All of that stuff would have been written for him anyway. He didn't just think it off the top of his head, right? He's got a writer in Brian Gerwitz who will have written that for him, and they will have done it on purpose, and they will be purposely trying to upset people with those comments. And just to hammer it home, he even said, put a little post out saying about how this is where it's going to be. Come on down to the press conference. It's going to be massive. It's can't miss. Blah, 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 blah. And at the end, he put, even crybabies are welcome, right? So he hammered it home on social media as well. The Cody crybaby thing is still online and trending and gaining traction. They've done it on purpose. That's something they thought of in a plane, right? Where they were like, "Oh, what should we call them? Cody losers? No. What can we call Cody cry babies? How about that?" It was something that was brainstormed, and he's dropped it. And he's gone and frustrated and upset a load of people, a load of those Cody fans. So I think this is a strategy. I think he is leaning into being a heel. I think it's an excellent shout that he could be doing it so that it makes the Rock Roman match a bit easier for when Roman retains. The only thing is, though, don't you think it's crazy that we're doing Rock versus Roman, and somehow we've ended up in the situation where Roman is going to get cheered? How have we done this? How does this make any sense? How are we doing Rock Roman, and Roman's going to be the face for a lot of people? This is an insane play. This is I have no, man, they say keep it simple. That has not been followed by the WWE creative here, has it? Keep it simple, stupids. Yeah? If in doubt, keep it simple. No. How about we just completely flip the tables over and just go off-road? We're completely off-roading right now. So it is insane. It is insane. But Mario, that was a good shout. I like that. There could be something to that to make Rock Roman a bit more palatable. Maybe we have both of them kind of going a bit tweener, and perhaps we try to, I don't know, split the crowd and get the dueling "we want Roman, we want Rock" chants going. And somehow, we've managed to get Cody fans cheering and hoping that Roman beats The Rock. Even though Cody stepped to the side and allowed The Rock to take his spot, we're now going to be cheering Roman. Is anyone else's head spinning? My head is... I need a drink. I need to sit down and just really go in a dark room for a second, because this creative is mental. This is mental. JB said, if given the choice, would you rather see Rhea Ripley versus Becky at WrestleMania 40 or Rhea Ripley versus Bianca? If I could choose, Rhea Ripley versus Bianca. And the reason being is because Becky has had a lot of success. She is a big star, but I think it's undeniable that Rhea and Bianca are the future in regards to the next, I don't know, 5-10 years, whatever. Becky is clearly still going to be around, but she's had a kid, and she's just written a book, and she's been on the main roster since, 2015? So she's done 9 years. I don't know her age off the top of my head, but I would think that she's probably got a good, 5 years maybe left in her. Clearly, Rhea Ripley at the age of, 26? Clearly, she's got a lot longer. Bianca, I'm not sure of her age, to be honest, but she's clearly not been on the main roster as long. So I'm looking at Bianca, I'm looking at Rhea. They've kind of circled round each other for quite a while, right? So if I could choose, to be honest, that is probably a bit of a dream match in the women's division, is to have these two go face to face. Do you remember we were meant to get it at like a Money in the Bank? Oh man, it's a long time ago now. But Rhea actually won a #1 contenders match and was going to face Bianca at Money in the Bank. And it was in the same match where she went against the ropes and her knee kneed her in her face. She kneed herself in her own face, right? Bust all of her teeth, had to get like emergency like dental work and everything, and she was out the match. And so she ended up getting replaced, and I think she got replaced by Carmella, and I think we got Bianca Carmella, so we never got Bianca versus Rhea. I believe it's a match we did get down in NXT. Maybe they faced on a Raw or something, but we're still waiting for that big premium live event encounter. I remember them being the final 2 in the Rumble that Bianca won. I want to say like around 2021, that kind of time. They got down to the final 2, and it was awesome. It was so good. So for me, I think I'm definitely more into Rhea, Bianca, and it being a real battle of the 2 biggest newcomers. Seems a bit of a strange word to use for these two because they're very well established, but they're clearly not Charlotte, Becky level, right? They don't have that same history. They've not been on the main roster long enough. So definitely a match that I'm looking for. But to be honest, if we get Rhea Becky, you'll get no complaints because that's a great match as well. I just think Becky could work with anyone and it's going to be fine. She could face so many people and it would be fine. I fully expect them to do Rhea Becky. I don't expect it to be Rhea Bianca. But to answer the question I was asked, which would I go with, which would I prefer, it would be the Rhea and Bianca match, which I've no doubt we will get one day. Moldy Spoon, hello, shout out to you. Moldy said maybe The Rock is hinting at a triple threat, 2 heels and a babyface, Daniel Bryan-esque. Yeah, so I suppose the problem with that is like the Daniel Bryan story is obviously a different story to the one we're telling now. The Daniel Bryan story didn't involve like an absolute dream match. I don't know that anyone was like, oh, Randy Orton, Batista, oh, I can't wait. Right? It was not the level of Rock Roman, right? I feel like Rock Roman to many people, I think a lot of people had already booked it in their minds, which is a dangerous thing to do. But I think a lot of people had already booked Rock Roman, and it was going to be to figure out who is the tribal chief, who is the real tribal chief, and who is the real head of the table, right? It was going to be babyface Rock against heel Roman to figure out who is the leader of the bloodline, right? And so I think in a lot of people's minds, that's the match they want. So putting Cody into that, who's got nothing to do with that story, doesn't really make much sense. And I think a lot of Rock fans would rather it be one-on-one than a triple threat because it doesn't fit the narrative of the story that they want. They want it to be about family. And they want it to be, a lot of Rock fans I've seen say, we don't even need the title because it's not about the title. It's about who's the tribal chief, right? And it makes total sense, doesn't it? Makes total sense. And as I said, a lot of people, I think, have booked that in their minds, which is a very dangerous thing to do. On the other side of the fence, Cody against Roman, there's a bit of history there, right? There's no history with Cody and Rock, but the history with Cody Roman in last year, that is obviously still fresh in the mind as to how he got cheated. And he needs the title. He needs to finish the story. The Rock has got nothing to do with this. It's got nothing to do with it. Him being in this match is just him being in the way. He's just in the way. So you can do Rock, Cody, Roman. You absolutely can. You can smash them all together, right, in this big match. But what I would say is that really how we're going to end Roman's title reign in a triple threat? Because he can come out and say that it only ended because he had to worry about 2 opponents. He had to worry about 2 guys rather than just one. And he's got like a bit of a ready-made excuse. And I don't like that. I don't like Roman having an excuse, because I feel like a lot of people have laid down for him. A lot of people have allowed him to get wins over them. And I don't really want him to have an excuse when he finally loses the championship. So the triple threat is a bit of an issue for me for that reason. The other thing that it's an issue is because I don't think this is what Rock fans are looking for. They don't want Cody involved, and I don't think it's what Cody fans are looking for. They don't want The Rock involved. And the other problem you've got as well is that from a storyline perspective, this is bonkers, because Cody wins the Rumble and he should just call out Roman, but he didn't. He speaks to The Rock. The Rock muscles his way in, and now he won't leave, right? Now he won't step aside for his friend, for Cody, who is trying to finish his story. So I've made this comment before, like, if The Rock was a good friend to Cody, right, and was advising him and whatever, if Cody said, look, no, I've decided I am going to face Roman, shouldn't Rock step aside? This isn't his dance. This isn't his time. He did not go into the Rumble and win it. He didn't. He wasn't in the Rumble at all, right? He didn't. He could have stepped up to Roman straight after Roman retained at the Royal Rumble, but he didn't. There was no Rock at the Royal Rumble at all, right? So he's only here because he's been allowed in by Cody. Cody opened the door and the Rock's walked through it. And I just sort of think it's not a great look if Cody now has decided he does want Roman, that The Rock doesn't go back, be mental. So the triple threat to me has got a few issues. We could go there, but there would need to be a hell of a lot of explaining. And Cody, you know, don't forget, Cody put a message out saying, trust me. He went on social media and said, trust me. Could you imagine if it turns out that he's just let The Rock into this feud and The Rock now is going to be battling against him? How could we ever trust Cody ever again? How could we ever trust Cody? Trust me, guys, I've got this. I know what I'm doing. Cody, you've just allowed The Rock into your match and you didn't need to do that. And now you've got a triple threat, right? However clever you think you are, you're an idiot, right? You're an idiot. You haven't got a clue what you're doing, right? How the hell are we meant to ever trust you again, right? Honestly, I wouldn't trust him with opening a can of beans. This guy's an idiot. All he had to do was walk out and flipping call out Roman. That's all he had to do. And now he's going to let The Rock in. I said this on social media. I was like, Cody, which part of your master plan did you think was going to work? Was it the bit where you didn't call out Roman straight away on SmackDown? Was it the bit where you allowed The Rock to muscle his way into this feud? Or was it the bit where you just sat back and watched The Rock throw shade at your fan base earlier today? Like, which part of this master plan are we meant to be trusting you on? I mean, listen, if you've got Cody Rhodes as a friend, you really don't need enemies. You really don't need enemies. Mitchell, shout out to you. Mitchell says, in the words of Batman, it ends tonight. In the words of Batman, it ends tonight. Launchpad, shout out to you. I can't see your message anymore, buds. I don't know if it was... I don't know what it was, but either way, I'm going to like it, and feel free to ping it over to me on social media, right? Even if it is offensive, I will read it. So, Launchpad, shout out to you. Daddy Cats, hello, my friend. I hope you are well. Really appreciate the support. We are just an hour and 45 minutes away from finding out how the flip they sort this mess out. So obviously we're going to keep talking opinions, theories, chucking thoughts around. I want your thoughts. Obviously we're going to try and get to as many as we can, but yeah, I want your thoughts. Obviously we're going to be here all throughout the actual event. We'll listen to everything that gets said, and obviously we will react to it live, and then afterwards we'll chuck it around, see how we feel about it, see if it does fix things. See if Cody fans are happy. See if Rock fans are happy. It's got a lot of work to do, man. It's got a lot of work to do. Daddy Cat said, you've got Seth talking mess about Roman and his title. You've got Roman talking trash about Seth and the entire Raw brand. You've got The Rock talking about Cody fans being immature. Cody is just taking it all in. That is true, isn't it? That is an excellent point. I think, you know, I don't actually class myself, amazingly, people will be surprised. I don't actually class myself as like a Cody fan per se. I mean, I want him to finish the story, and I am very behind the campaign of him finishing the story. But I can't say that, like, you know, I'm running like Cody fan pages or really engaged in Cody more than I would be in like other people. Like, you know, I mean, like, I love Gunther, I love Sammy, I've really enjoyed Roman's title reign. I think it has gone a bit stale. I think it has lost some of its charm. But man, when the bloodline was cooking with Sammy in there in particular, and the whole turn at Rumble last year, I mean, God, it was just cinema, as people keep saying. It was just cinema. So there's so many things that I enjoy in WWE. I don't actually like class myself as strictly a Cody fan, if you will. But for those Cody fans, the ones that are really invested in Cody, and they've, you know, their profile pictures of Cody and all this kind of stuff, he has really not helped them out here. He has not helped them out at all. You know, he is, I don't know, you could say taking the high road, like taking the moral high road, not getting dragged into these kind of like trash talking exchanges. But they have been left a bit high and dry. I mean, first of all, he steps aside on SmackDown and doesn't explain why. I mean, you know, all that did is just upset the fan base. Then on Monday, we never got an explanation either, right? He still didn't decide as to what he was going to do, and we didn't get the explanation. And now you've had The Rock come out and call a large portion of Cody's fans Cody crybabies, and Cody hasn't said a word. He hasn't done anything. So I could understand a load of people going, Cody, where are you, mate? Cody, help us out here. There's a load of Rock fans that are going, you know, Cody crybaby hashtag is trending, which must mean it's being used a lot, which must mean it's being chucked at Cody fans a lot. You could understand that Cody fan base being, dude, I know you said, trust me, but give us something. Throw us a bone. Help us out here, would you? Like, it's the whole thing is so fascinating. I feel like you could do a university paper on this. Like analyzing the twists and the turns and everything. It is absolutely fascinating. It's been one of the best messes. I'm going to say messes for now because there's no evidence that this is a well thought out story from start to finish. It's been one of the best messes I've ever seen. Right, J25 said every 10-year WrestleMania has ended in a triple threat. That is not true, because the very first one was just Bret Hart against Yokozuna. So the first one, the number 10, WrestleMania 10. Very true of the others, but yeah, I don't think that's like a tradition or anything that we're trying to keep up. I think that what I would say is that every anniversary of the WrestleMania from 1 and 10 and 20 and 30 has ended with like baby faces standing tall. Like if you think about 1, you've got like Hogan standing tall, right? WrestleMania 1, Hogan and Mr. T, they overcome Roddy Piper and Paul Orndorff. And then if you think about WrestleMania 10, it's Bret Hart against Yokozuna, and Bret Hart wins. He's on the shoulders of all the other superstars. So you have that moment. Of course, at WrestleMania 20, we think about Benoit, we think about Eddie Guerrero, and we think about the emotion of that, obviously. Looking back now, the feelings are different, but at the time, it was a big indicator of WWE kind of going into a brave new world. You know, I mean, two very unlikely champions, two people that, you know, are kind of in Vince's eyes on the smaller side, you know, and yeah, that was kind of, as we said, you know, two baby faces and a big ending. And then obviously Daniel Bryan and WrestleMania. So it really, to me, it wouldn't point to the triple threat. It would point to a baby face standing tall. That's what, if you want to take something from previous anniversary WrestleManias, it would point to a baby face standing tall, which is why this feels like the right place at the right time for the story to be finished. I know that a lot of people want it to be Madison Square Garden now, and that would be fine, but I can't say that WrestleMania 40 would not also be fine. You know, you're talking about the most watched show of the year on the biggest stage of the year, on the biggest platform. And, you know, you could really make an argument that this may prove to be the biggest WrestleMania ever. I think they have already broken the gates for most money that any WWE show, count them all, any WWE show has ever made has been broken by the gate of WrestleMania 40, which is why The Rock saying that he's going to come in and save WrestleMania is pretty hilarious, considering that had already been achieved and The Rock hadn't been advertised. And also now it's carried on Peacock, so people don't need to buy the pay-per-views. They just need to be subscribed to Peacock. And so it's, you know, any extra subscriptions that Peacock get, that doesn't go to WWE. So we're not making money from the ticket sales by doing this match with Rock Roman. We're not going to make money from Peacock because that's theirs. We've already made the money from Peacock with people tuning in. Maybe you would get a few pay-per-view buys because that is still a model that exists, but it's very small. Very, very, very small. Most people just free trial or $4.99 or whatever it is for Peacock. They just do that, and that doesn't go to WWE. So yeah, I don't know. The argument that this is going to generate tons and tons of money, I mean, what I would say is the build, you know, would be bigger with The Rock involved. And you could imagine that merch sales might be up. You can imagine that YouTube views and social media engagement, it's no doubt that they will make money somewhere. But the argument is that, well, whenever you do Rock Roman, you will make that money. It doesn't matter that it's at WrestleMania. You could do it in Saudi Arabia, and the build for that will generate crazy views and will generate YouTube views and will generate merch sales. Or you could do it at SummerSlam, and it will do the same. Or you could do it at Survivor Series, and it would do the same. So the argument that, no, we've got to do this because it's best for business, if you actually dig into it, well, there is some truth there, but it's also true that you can do this match anytime and it will be best for business. And WWE, if dirt sheets are to be believed, wanted to run this in Saudi Arabia because that really would be best for business. That's where they really get some extra money, right? That's where the pot really gets sweetened. So if you really want to go down that best for business road, this might actually not be the best way for business. It might be better to do it in Saudi, or as we said, any benefit that you see here you could expect further down the road anyway. So yeah, there's so much going on, man. There's so much to kind of get your head around, but for me, those anniversary shows, they normally end with a babyface standing tall. It's going to be strange if we do Rock Roman and Roman retains, which is what I would expect. And that's how WrestleMania 40, the anniversary 40 years of WrestleMania, ends. Roman Reigns standing tall. You can do it. I mean, you can absolutely do it. There's no one saying you can't, but it's strange. It would be strange. Mike Gilchrist, shout out to you. I appreciate the support, my friend. I hope you're excited. We've got about an hour and a half to go. Mike Gilchrist as well saying Cody versus Rock at Elimination Chamber for the right to wrestle Roman at WrestleMania. I got a couple of concerns about this, right? A lot of people are going to throw in suggestions that I'm going to have concerns about. And the reason why that's going to happen is because whatever play they are playing right now, I'm struggling to see it, okay? I'm struggling to work out how it makes sense. And this is why I love people throwing in their suggestions and their thoughts. But if I struggle to see it make sense, I'm going to be honest, right? That I'm struggling to see make sense. And the reason why is because Cody versus Rock, winner faces Roman, means only one is going to go and face Roman. So if The Rock wins, that means you get Rock Roman, Cody doesn't face Roman, okay? So you're going to have a load of Cody fans upset. If you do Cody Rock and Cody wins, you get Cody Roman, you got a load of upset Rock fans, right? So that match is going to get you the main event you'll figure out the main event, what it should be, but you are going to upset one of the fan bases, right? And they're not going to stay quiet about it, right? If Cody gets screwed in this press conference, you are going to hear about it, right? Honestly, you're going to hear about it. The only reason that noise has kind of it has gone down a bit, the "We Want Cody" hashtag was trending all over the weekend, and then since the weekend it's kind of settled down. And the reason is because on Monday they were very, very clear: wait for Thursday, wait for Thursday, wait for Thursday. They even had Cody send a message out saying, trust me, guys, trust me, right? So all of that has meant that the fans have just gone, okay, we'll wait, we'll trust you, let's see how this goes. So if they screw it now, there's going to be a massive online explosion again. A massive online explosion. So this is why I don't think you can go that way. The other thing as well is that makes Cody look so stupid. It really makes him look dumb. Because if you are going to do Cody versus Rock in Elimination Chamber, that's an obstacle that Cody is going to put in his own way. He's put that in his own way. This is a match that is unnecessary, because Cody could have just called out Roman and didn't need to step aside, and now he's got The Rock in his way. The other thing as well is it makes The Rock look like a right douche. As I said earlier, The Rock's meant to be a good friend for Cody, and now Cody has decided, no, I will face Roman, and now The Rock won't move out of his way. It would fit the comments that were made earlier, but it's not a good look for Cody. Cody's an idiot who's just made his own path harder for himself. So I think it doesn't make Cody look great. It's going to upset one of the fan bases. The other thing as well is I think The Rock wrestling is very special, because if you think about it, we haven't seen The Rock wrestle since I think it's a 7-second match at WrestleMania 32, and then if we go back before that, it might have been the Cena match at 29, right? We don't see The Rock wrestle very often. So if he's going to have a match at Elimination Chamber, are you maybe just taking a little bit of the magic away for if he then goes on to face Roman at WrestleMania? Because surely The Rock would win that. Cody versus The Rock, surely The Rock wins. I mean, you've already done Rock Roman face to face, and there's big reports Rock Roman is locked for WrestleMania. So that would surely mean that The Rock is going to win. And so Cody then has invited someone into this feud that has then beaten him and took his spot at WrestleMania. It's just, I can't find the positive here. I can't find how this would work. So for me, that's not the direction I would go. I'm not saying it's the direction. I'm not saying it's not the direction they will go. They may choose to go this way, but if they do, then I will sit here and go, well, I don't think this is great because of this, because of this, because of this, because of this. The list that we've literally just gone down. So that ain't the play I would run, to be honest. because I think you've got to find a way of pleasing both Rock and Cody fans tonight. Both sets of fans are fired up. Both fan bases are fired up. I feel like you've got Cody fans, and then what I'm going to class myself as, which is someone that will stand up to injustice. I'm basically Batman, right? Stand up to injustice. I watch someone win the Rumble, go to SmackDown, and then basically get pushed to the side, right? So it's not so much about it being Cody. You know, that could have been, I don't know, anyone. Could have been AJ Styles, could have been Sammy, could have been anybody, Kevin Owens, right? Anyone that was going to get muscled out of what they have earned and what they deserve. That bugged me. I don't like the look of it. The optics are really not good. So I think you've got people that are standing up for the right thing and Cody fans on the one side. And then on the other side, you've got Rock fans that just don't care because they are fans of The Rock. Come hell or high water, I want this match. I don't care if everything burns and goes to hell, right? Which is fine. That's fair. If that's your approach, that's fine. And then I think you've got Roman fans on that side as well, because Roman fans know that if Cody faces Roman's probably losing. The story's getting finished. If it's Roman retains, and he may go on to break the Hogan record. So I think a lot of Roman fans have jumped into the Rock side because they know they've got a better chance of getting out of WrestleMania with the championship. So these are the two sides. These are the two factions that are like colliding, right? And engaging in online warfare. And, you know, I think it's both sides are so big, you can't let either side down now. You can't let either side down. This press conference is going to have to please both camps. Daniel says Cody is going to announce he'll fight Seth tonight. Suryansh said it's not only about being a fan, it's history match. Let's go down. Because I want to read the rest of that. Suryansh said, it's not about being a fan, it's a history match. It's the first time Rock Roman. Yes, Rock is a good wrestler, but this would be a first-time match. Listen, it's fair, and you know what? I don't know if Cody fans are saying this, but as someone that is in the We Want Cody camp, right, which I am, I'm in that camp, as I said, because I don't like to see Cody being pushed to the side, right? And just because The Rock is so popular and is so powerful, I don't like to see that power being abused. I don't like to see that popularity being abused. I don't like to see him using this and just thinking he can barge a current star to the side because I'm The Rock, you know? Everyone loves me. I'm The Rock. Well, no, because a good chunk of us won't stand by and watch you do that. A good chunk of us will actually stand up for Cody and we'll speak out on his behalf. Cody might stay quiet and just scuttle off to the back with his face looking like a slapped backside, right? Well, we'll make the noise for him instead on social media, and we did, right? And we sent a loud message out. So what I would say is, as someone that's in that We Want Cody camp, we understand, right? We recognize the size of Rock Roman, and it's a match that we want as well. Like, it's a match I've wanted. I have wanted Rock Roman for the longest time. Really, I'm right there with you. I totally get it. But the way this has been built has been so bad that I don't want it like this. I keep on my normal live streams. This is obviously a different live stream because it's a press conference and it's weird. But we do Raw, we do NXT, we do SmackDown, we do the premium live events. And on those streams, I've been saying it's like wanting a Rolex, right? So you're walking down the street with your mate and you're like, do you know, the one thing I want in life, I would absolutely love a Rolex. It's the one thing I want. If there's just one thing I could have, it would be a Rolex. And then imagine your mate runs over, knocks an old man over, takes his Rolex, comes back to you and goes, there you go. There's the Rolex, right? So you've now got the thing you wanted, but it doesn't feel the same, right? And actually, you don't want it. Like, it's not what you wanted. It is what you wanted, but it's not what you wanted. And that's the only way I can explain it to Rock fans. It's exactly like that. Someone has gone and mugged an old man, right? Who's called Cody, by the way. Mugged him, right? Left him with his dog and stole his Rolex and then brought it over and put it in your hands. And the way I look at it is, if you're a Rock fan and you want this match, you've got that Rolex in your hand and you go in, well, do you know what? This is what I wanted, right? And you're choosing to go with it. That's fine. But it's been put in my hand and I'm going, nah, man, this don't feel right. This don't feel right. This ain't what I want. I don't want it this way. And I'm giving it back. I'm giving it back. I don't want it. And that is how we feel about this match. You know, we want it, but not this way. It's ruined. It's dirty. I mean, I'm honestly, I said this online, and I am a little bit ashamed to say it, but if it goes the current way it's going, and I think there will be a swerve, but if it goes the current way it's going, that main event is going to be a pretty boring watch for me, because I'm not going to be emotionally invested, because, well, I suppose I would sort of just be rooting for Roman, to be honest. I'd be rooting for Roman, because The Rock's come and just barged his way in, took the main event, and if there's not a good explanation why, it's going to be a very bitter taste in the mouth. It's going to be a very bitter taste in the mouth. So, yeah, we get it. We get it. We understand why Rock fans want it. They love The Rock. They've seen him in the movies. They've gone back and watched the Attitude Era, right? Or maybe they were around in the Attitude Era, loved The Rock. They've gone away and now they're back just for The Rock, right? He is one of the most famous, one of the most popular guys in the world. Of course we get it. Of course we get it. But the only way I can explain it is the Rolex thing. Not this way. Not this way. This ain't right. I think it will be explained on this press conference, though, right? Let's be nice and clear. I think it will be explained. And I'm expecting an answer that is going to satisfy everybody. I really am. I think at this point, you have to do both matches. You can't let the Rock fans down now. You can't dangle that carrot in front of Rock fans and then take it away again. You can't. That's not fair. But that is also what you've done to Cody fans. Cody fans had that carrot dangled in front of them because Cody won the Rumble, and he looked at Roman and he said, "You, Roman Reigns, you, I'm coming for you." I mean, really, in that moment, he made his selection very, very clear, right? And if you've never seen that clip, well, it's gone all over social media. I mean, the clip is there of him making his choice very, very clear moments after winning the Rumble. So we've had that carrot dangled in front of us and then pulled away. So we know how much that stings, which is why you saw the outpouring online. And you can't do that to Rock fans now. I wouldn't want that to happen to Rock fans now. So for me, you've got to do both matches. You have to announce both matches on this press conference. So if Rock's going to be a special enforcer, okay, when do we get Rock Roman then? And if Cody has got to step aside because he's got a master plan, when do we get that match then? When does Cody get his shots? You've got to do and announce both matches. You've got to. Right. So Mike, shout out to you, my friends. Ernesto, shout out to you. Really appreciate the support, dudes. Ernesto said, if Cody wins, it means when the world tells you never, you walk out and change the world. If Rock wins, it means if you have enough money and fame, you can take anyone's cake. Do you know, yeah, I mean, I feel like this is a conversation that we've been having since Friday, and I think that at this point, everyone has made their minds up. I would think so. I don't think there'd be anyone there going, oh, I just don't know. I think by now, you've probably had enough time to think about it and know where you stand. But WrestleLandy, shout out to you. It's in an hour and 20, bud. So I think at this point, you know where you stand. So, I mean, I agree with you. I think that unless this gets explained, and I really think it will, but if it didn't get explained, let's go worst case scenario, right? For Cody fans, worst case scenario is we get Rock Roman, we get the face-to-face, we get Cody Seth, it's all made official. Maybe we find out Cody will face the winner further down the road, right? And that's it. That is it. That's it. Like, that's all you get. There is no big explanation. There is nothing that's really, do you know what I mean? Like, it's just, that's it. Like, oh, I mean, that is not gonna sit well, man. That is not gonna sit well. It will with the Rock fans, but with the Cody fans, that ain't sitting well. So the WWE know this. They know this. I mean, I think as fans have got really creative minds. We've got really good ideas. We've got lots of theories, lots of thoughts. We know how we would book it. We think it through, right? We're like that. Well, they've got a whole creative department that's their job, right? That's all they have to do. That's what they get paid to do. So I've got to think that they have got a play, right? I've got to think they've got a play. I don't understand The Rock's comments from earlier today. I really don't. I don't know if that's just him just having a little shot back because he's just been so worked by what he's read, you know? I don't know if he has just really read a load of stuff and a load of people laying into him, laying into his films, and he's just thought, you know what, I'm just going to have a little dig back. I don't think that was wise. I don't think it's a good message to send out if you're meant to be a face, right? It kind of shows that the comments and everything have got to you, to be honest, right? And that you've now had to, like, kind of stick a bit of a knife back. So I think it looks petty unless it's part of a heel turn, and maybe it is. And if it is part of a heel turn, well, then I don't know where the flip we're going. I don't know where this, I'm going to need an A to Z because I don't know where this road leads. I haven't got a flipping clue if he's turned heel, what that means or where we're going. We'll find out together in a bit. So, Ernesto, shout out to you, my friend. I feel the same, as I said. That's why I'm with the We Want Cody side. But as I said, you know, I suppose in a way I'm We Want both, because I just think now we've gone and built up Rock Roman and got a load of people excited. If you take it away from them, I think that would be unfair to them now. So technically I'm We Want both, but if I had to choose one, I would be on the Cody side, yes. PJ93 said, I just got here. I heard The Rock called us crybabies. Yeah, well, I mean, that's something that we've been discussing at length. So he did. He said that there was Cody fans, and then Cody crybabies who were like grown-ass adults that turned down, like, throwing a ball with their kids or having sex with the wife just so they can go online and talk about finish the story. And as I said, I've had people saying, no, he was only talking about the death threats. It's like, no, I don't think so. He never mentioned about overstepping the mark or toxic or toxicity or taking things too far. He never said any of that. None of that. He just made it very clear that if you are a grown-ass adult that is typing Cody should finish the story, then you're basically a Cody crybaby, right? So I certainly don't put it down to... Because if that's what he was going for, big miss, right? Big miss on his part. If he was just targeting the death threats, then it ain't worked, because the message has gone out basically that he's called the Cody fan base Cody crybabies, and of course that's all you see and people repeat now. But you know, it is weird. It's just strange. It's not one that I find offensive, or I find it very playground. It's the kind of thing you would imagine someone saying at, like, I don't know, elementary school or whatever. Like, it's weird. It's a weird insult, but I think it's one that's kind of a little bit from the Donald Trump playbook. I think it's one of those where it's not meant to be witty, it's just meant to stick. you know? A bit like, you know how he calls, isn't it Joe Biden, like Sleepy Joe? Or something like, you know, it's not the most witty thing in the world to say. No one's looking at that thinking, well, that took high IQ. But it sticks, doesn't it? It does the job. And that is that it's easy to remember, easy to repeat, easy to share. And it does the job. So it works. And so I think he's took a play from the Donald Trump playbook, which is take a insult that's easy to remember, easy to repeat, doesn't take high IQ to come up with Cody crybabies. It's a easy hashtag as well, and chuck that out there. But why would Face Rock want to detonate that bomb, you know? He knows the power that he's got. He knows that if he goes with something like that, it's going to trend. It's going to get picked up. It's going to be repeated like millions of times. So, yeah, it's weird. It's just weird. I just find it very, very strange. But again, if it's a heel turn, you know, that would explain things. But why are we doing that? Where's that leading? Freddie, shout out to you, bud. Freddie said, if CM Punk doesn't get hurt and Brock doesn't get removed, do you think Rock Roman would still happen? Well, I sort of do, to be honest, because apparently he signed a contract to join TKO, and he signed it in early January, and it was in that contract that he would wrestle at WrestleMania. Now, the belief amongst the dirt sheets, and again, take it with a pinch of salt, but the belief is that Triple H was trying to convince The Rock, no, this isn't the right time. I've got a plan. I want to do Cody, right? I want to go with Cody. Now, I don't know if at that point there's a conversation between The Rock and Triple H. I don't know if at that point The Rock grabs Triple H and goes, listen, how about if we do this? Right? And at that point, there's a plan, right? You have Cody win the Rumble. Cody goes to SmackDown. He says, I'm not going to face you, Roman. I come out, right? And Cody steps to the side. That'll put sympathy on. People will be excited to see me, but it'll also put sympathy on Cody. So right now, you know, we've got, you know, some interesting happening. And then what we do is we go to the press conference, which by that point before the Rumble, I think had already been booked. And then we go to the press conference and we do whatever they're about to do. So it absolutely could have been planned from before the Rumble, right? Absolutely could have been planned. But the thing is, even if this is a work, right? Even if this has been planned from that point and we're about to see the payoff tonight, right? No one will ever tell me that this didn't go wrong, right? No one will ever be able to tell me that, because you can't tell me that we did Rock and Roman face to face on SmackDown and a load of people at home, by the looks of it, the majority went, oh, no, this isn't what I want. No, that was my reaction, right? And I've got to think it was many people's reaction, judging by the "we want Cody" explosion. You can't tell me that was what they were going for. The Rock came out and made a big deal of it. Came out and he was like, look, I've got goosebumps. He got in the ring. He took a step forward. Roman took a step forward. Rock took a step. Do you know what I mean? They were building it. It was like, oh my God. In their minds, they're thinking, what a moment this is. We're going to break the internet. And they did, but for the wrong reasons. Because I think they completely misjudged how the fans would react to that moment. In their minds, they're doing the face-to-face and it's going to destroy the internet. Everyone's been waiting for this. Everyone's going to be excited. Yeah, they'll feel sorry for Cody, but it's The Rock. He's so popular. Everyone's going to go with it and it's just going to be amazing. That's not what went down. You did it and we all went, oh my God, what's this? This isn't what I want. Cody's meant to finish the story. And I think that has thrown things off course. And, word is they were not expecting Rocky Sucks chants. Really, they were not expecting them. Word is that they were not expecting The Rock to be turned heel in this process, right? I don't think they realized that by doing this, The Rock was going to be turned heel. And now I think we're in a situation where The Rock's like, well, if I'm going to be heel, I might as well lean into being heel, which is why he's made his comments earlier. But all of a sudden now this doesn't feel like we're sticking to the original play. Whatever that original play was before the Rumble, I don't think that's what we're doing now. Because I don't think this is going the way they expected. So then that makes me question, well, where's this going? What is the plan? And honestly, it is, I'm not blowing my own trumpet, but it is very, very rare for me to sit here and really not know where this is going for certain. Normally, I can sit here during these builds and go, well, look, dirt sheets are saying this, or we've seen this before at WrestleMania or whatever. Looks like they're running that story again, or it looks like it's going to lead to this, or it looks like it's going to lead to that. And we've got a few things on this one. Like, there are things they can do, but it's not everything's like nicely fitting together. As I keep saying, like, if we are leading to Rock versus Roman, how does a heel Rock and a heel Roman make that match what it should be if The Rock is turning heel? And if he's not turning heel, why does he think it makes good business sense to go and insult a load of Cody fans? How does that endear him to people that are already upset with him? Do you know what I mean? Wouldn't it have made more sense for him to go on the show earlier and say, listen, Cody fans, I hear you, I heard you, please tune in tonight. You're gonna get the answers you're looking for, right? And I hope we can have a better relationship moving forward, right? He easily could have just said that. Easy. I didn't even think about it. I just said it, right? Easy. He didn't. He chose specifically on purpose. It was planned, right? I've no doubt that line was written by Brian Gerwitz. No doubt. No doubt they brainstormed it on the private jet as they were flying in, right? That Cody Crybaby line is there by design. They knew it would trend. They knew it would get traction. And it's there by design. I don't know why. I don't know the benefit in turning him heel. I can't find the play. I think I need a different book. I don't think it's in this book. It's mental. It's mental. So, Freddie, to answer your question, if CM Punk doesn't get hurt, if Brock isn't removed, do we still get Rock Roman? I'm going to lean to yes, because it's in the contract, apparently, that was signed before the Rumble. And maybe Triple H wanted to try and plow forward with Cody, but that to me would be a huge story. Don't you think that would be a massive story? That The Rock signed in early January, and in the contract he gets a match, and Triple H is told but ignores the fact that The Rock has got a match in his contract, and decides to just plow forward with Cody winning the Rumble and facing Roman instead. Like, that would mean that we've got Rock and Triple H not on the same page, actually at odds. Actually, there's a friction, there's a problem there, and that would be a big story. That would be a big story. So, whatever has happened between Rock signing and the Royal Rumble and Cody winning, that period is critical and fascinating, right? Because if Triple H has decided, screw you, Rock, what a story that will be. Or if they are working together, what's the plan, and has it got derailed, which I think it has, because I don't think they expected Rock to get the reaction he's got. And if it has been derailed, where are we going now? So I would be leaning towards yes, we would still have got Rock versus Roman. I think as soon as Rock signed, he was under the impression, this is it, I'm doing this. I think Triple H may have wanted to try and dissuade it, may have wanted, we still don't know, but clearly, you know, because of those injuries, he wasn't able to succeed. But I can't say for certain that that plan had ever changed. I can't say for certain that Cody was definitely going to face Roman. The only thing I can tell you is a week or so before the Rumble, Cody was told it would be him and Roman. This is why it's so insane to put the timeline together, because apparently a week before the Rumble, Triple H is saying to Cody, you are facing Roman. Yet weeks before that, Rock is signing a contract which allows him to face Roman. So maybe they had the 2-night thing planned from then. Perhaps Rock said, look, I want to face Roman. This is the year to do it. And Triple H said, well, I want Cody. And they went to Roman and said, can you do 2 nights? And Roman says, yeah, I'll do 2 nights. And maybe that has been the plan, because that would kind of solve everything, you know? Not everything. It still doesn't explain SmackDown and what the flip happened there, right? Which I think they just completely botched. But it would at least explain why Cody won the Rumble. And weeks after Rock had signed a contract which says that he was going to be facing Roman at WrestleMania. So, yeah, excellent question, Freddie. There is a grey area there, is the honest answer. But I think because of that contract, Rock Roman has been the front runner. Let's put it that way. Rock Roman has been the front runner, and it's just, have they all been working together, or has Triple H been trying to get Cody in there, you know? Miguel said, leaving it the Cody Rock thing aside, okay, for a moment, do you think Senor Money in the Bank will successfully cash in at Mania? I hope so. I would love to see Damian Priest as World Heavyweight Champion. Well, that is, appreciate the support, dudes. That is a very difficult one to answer, isn't it? Because we're still not 100% who's going to be in what match. So it makes it very difficult to know how likely a cash in is. If it's going to be Seth versus Cody and they're going to look to do a title unification match, I don't know that there's going to be a successful cash in, because unless Cody wins it back from Damian Priest after Damian Priest has cashed in, then we're building towards Cody Roman at SummerSlam. So if that's the approach, then that would be the direction we would be going in. If it's going to be Cody, Roman, and Seth, Drew, well, then all of a sudden that becomes a lot more likely that a cash-in could occur. So I honestly, I think we have to sort the Rock, Roman, Cody situation to sort the Seth World Heavyweight Championship match, to then figure out what we do with the cash-in. So they're lovely problems to have. It does complicate things, but I really don't think it is a factor at the moment, because we need to know the matches. As soon as we know what the matches are, then we can go from there. But if it's going to be Cody versus Seth, I don't know. I mean, like a title unification match at SummerSlam, I mean, you could muddy the water by having, say, Seth retain against Cody. So, I mean, that would mean not only does Cody not face Roman, he faces Seth and loses, which, I mean, talk about kicking Cody fans when they're down. But, you know, you could maybe have Seth win and then have Damian Priest cash in. But then Cody would have to get that belt if he wants to get to SummerSlam to do a title unification. So, yeah, right now I would be leaning towards no. I don't think he successfully cashes in at WrestleMania, just because we're not quite sure what's happening. And unless it's going to be Seth versus Drew, I don't think he would cash in on a Cody match. And I don't think he'll cash in on a Rock Roman match. So if Cody or Rock or Roman is involved, I don't think Damian Priest cashes in. And if he does, I would predict that it would fail, because I don't think that Damian is in a position to carry, certainly not carry Roman's belt. He could carry Seth's belt, but I just don't think that is the play. I really, really don't. And certainly not if Cody's going to be in the match as well. Well, the only thing I would say is it really depends if it is the unification match down the road, because you could do Cody versus Seth, and you could have Damian cash in to make it a triple threat, and Damian wins. So as we said, Cody's not facing Roman and then he loses, on night one main event, which would be mental to me, but they could do that. But the problem is, how does he get to Roman then? How does he get to Roman? If it's going to be a case that he has got, say, the title match, he faces the winner of Rock Roman regardless. Let's put it that way. Regardless. Whatever happens, he will face the winner of Rock Roman at SummerSlam, right? We established that tonight. He is facing the winner at SummerSlam. Well, then if he doesn't need the title, maybe there's an opportunity there then, you know? So you could do Seth versus Cody, and you have Damian come down, makes it a triple threat. Damian wins. Damian ends night one as the new World Heavyweight Champion. Cody is defeated. Doesn't really matter because Cody is focused on his opportunity at SummerSlam, which has already been announced, where he will face the winner of Rock versus Roman. You could go down that road, but as I said, that is a little bit kicking Cody fans when they're down. But to be honest, I'm not bothered if he wins the World Heavyweight Championship. I don't think he should have it. I don't think he should have it. I don't think the first world title he gets his hands on should be that nothing belt, right? Which I know might be disrespectful to the World Heavyweight Championship, but I don't give a flip because it was only created out of thin air last year. I don't feel like I owe it anything. It owes me, right? It's got to establish itself. It's got to build its prestige, and that's fine. It can do that. But I really don't think it should involve Cody at this stage. So, Bionic Pancake said, the way I hope it goes from here is night one, Roman versus Rock and Cody versus Solo. Night two, Roman versus Cody. Both weakened. Then Roman could blame Solo after. So you want to do Cody Solo, totally down for that. Roman Rock, okay. Again, bit confused about his comments earlier, which I'd sort of like to get, clarity on as to, is he a heel? If he's not a heel, was that just frustration that he showed earlier? I mean, I'm sure it is frustrating, but I don't know. You wouldn't really expect The Rock to bite on something like that, you know? Not someone that claims to have thick skin, you know, for him to come out and make the comments that he did. Just don't think it's a good look for him. So, I don't know. The Rock Roman match has got work to do, man. It's got work to do for me. But yes, we could do that. Yes, we could do Cody Solo. Yes, we could do Cody against whoever wins on night two. That would feel like maybe the best way to please everyone. I think the only people that are sad are the Seth fans, the hardcore Seth fans, that then see Seth's night one main event go out the window, you know? That would be a shame. He definitely does deserve to main event a WrestleMania, but listen, no. No. There's a fire going on at the moment, Seth. Can you just give us, you can have night one of WrestleMania 41. How about that? Or maybe even night two, right? We will give you one of those nights. Just, we need to sort this first, right? I don't know if you've noticed there's big dramas. So just leave us with this, please. So there's no way you're going to please everyone. There'll be someone that gets upset. But if it's the Seth fans, right? Listen, just be glad your guy's going to be there. It looked like he wasn't even going to be there not long ago. Darwin, shout out to you. I hope you are well, my friends. Appreciate the support as always, buds. Darwin said, Days, I hope you're doing well. Ready to see The Rock and Roman face to face at the press conference tonight. And Cody too, hopefully. But we'll see. If not, I can't wait for the match to be official. I am buzzing. So Darwin is up for Rock versus Roman, as many are. And I do expect a swerve. I think that we could get Rock Roman, but Cody will have to explain why he stepped to the side. He did say earlier, I've decided, right? He made it very clear that he had made his mind up. I have decided. So, I mean, it kind of implies that there may have been a change of heart. Only because, had he not decided anyway, because he did say to Roman, not at WrestleMania. So if he's not facing Roman, he's only got one option, unless he's going to face Ilya Dragunov, which would just be mental. Could you imagine that? Could you imagine? He comes out and he goes, I've decided. Ilya Dragunov, NXT champion. I'll see you at WrestleMania. I think everyone at that point would be like, oh, what? The confusion would go through the roof, man. Now we're dragging NXT into this thing. So if he ain't facing Roman, surely the only option is Seth, right? But so it feels like he had decided anyway, but of course he can backtrack. Of course he can go, actually, no, I've decided I am going to face you. But if he does that, it's going to look weird. It's going to look strange. Plus also, The Rock said, I think this is going to be spoken about forever. And The Rock called himself the long player, long gamer, right? So he is indicating that there is a long-term strategy at play here. He is indicating that there is a plan, right? So The Rock must be aware of the plan. He must know what's going to go down. He called himself the long gamer, and he says, this is going to be a press conference that's spoken about forever. Now, I would agree that the face-to-face is iconic, right? And that is going to be a moment. But they already gave us that on SmackDown. They already gave us that. So I don't think he's referring to the face-to-face. I don't think he's referring to that. I think he's referring to a swerve that he knows is coming, and he's the long player, right? He's the long gamer. He is playing the long game. So I think he knows that there are bumps ahead. He's in on the plan, and I expect this to be sorted and satisfactory, right? If we end up with Cody just being screwed, just facing Seth, and no news about when he's going to finish the story, which I just cannot even begin to fathom that they would do that. I can't even, honestly, I can't. You can't be WWE and see the outpouring, right, of emotion from your fan base. You can't see finish the story and we want Cody and whoa movement and all of this trending, right? Acknowledge it on Raw and then get to the press conference and do nothing about it. That's impossible, right? That's impossible. That is surely impossible. It would take, I just can't even begin to fathom that. That would not happen. There's going to be a swerve. There is going to be an explanation. There is going to be something satisfactory in 52 minutes, right? I'm certain of it. I'm certain of it. Everything is pointing towards it. But still, no one will ever convince me that this whole thing played out perfectly. I can't for a second believe that reaction they got on SmackDown and the Rocky sucks chants and all this kind of stuff, I can't for a second believe that was in the plan. And the dirt sheets are saying it wasn't as well. Dirt sheets are saying that those negative chants towards the Rock, they were they caught them by surprise. So Delwyn, shout out to you. I think you're going to get what you're hoping for, my friends. I think you're going to get the Rock Roman match. I don't think they won't deliver that now, but I think there will be something there for Cody fans. Trey X Cooper said, I think once Punk got hurt, it would have been perfect to do Rock Roman night 1 and Roman Cody night 2. Maybe that's the direction that we go. Maybe that is what we're going to do. I mean, there was a thought, right? And I don't know how people would think about this, and I don't even know if this would work, right? But I did have someone say to me, what if the Seth injury is a work, right? What if it's a work? What if the Seth injury is a work and he's going to be there tonight? What if he reveals he's not actually injured and he then calls out Seth Rollins, right? And I don't know why he would do this, right? I don't know what he's achieved by doing this, right? I haven't even thought about that side of it. But let's just go with that happens, right? So he calls out Seth and says to Cody, I told you before, finish your story, bro, right? And at this point, Roman has already signed the contract, right? And then that's when Cody calls him out. So I don't know if that would mean a triple threat. I don't know if that would mean that actually, if Roman reads the contract, it's Cody versus Roman. The Rock is going to be in Cody's corner. The Rock could say, listen, the Crybabies comment, that was just to throw Roman off. I didn't want Roman to think that I was working with Cody, which is a bit weird because, you know, Cody brought you out on SmackDown, but whatever. You know, could we go down those roads? I mean, what I would say is, if we do that, right, I would have to lie in a dark room and really think about everything and go, well, why did we do this and why did we do that? But you've got to tell the Rock fans when they get their match. You've got to tell the Rock fans when Rock Roman is happening. You've got to. You've got to. Because you can't come out of this with just Cody Roman. Seth versus CM Punk on main events night 1. Cody versus Roman main events night 2. Rock is a special enforcer. It's in the contract. Roman should have read it. But when do we get Rock versus Roman? You know, I would really want that to be announced tonight as well. And an announcement that SummerSlam is going to be in Minneapolis or wherever it's being rumored, and our main event is already decided. It's going to be Roman Reigns versus The Rock or something like this. Like, I really feel like you need to let people, both sides, know when they're getting the matches they're after. So both doing the 2-night thing, absolutely. There are some other options. I'm not saying that example was one. I'm just saying that's another theory that has done the rounds. There's plenty of them circulating around. That's just another one that's out there. But yeah, as we said, not a lot. 48 minutes now. Oh my God. 48 minutes till we get to this press conference, which honestly feels as big as a pay-per-view, as a premium live event. It is about as unmissable gets. If winning the Royal Rumble is meant to be like a key moment on the road to WrestleMania, this is absolutely there as well, isn't it? This is absolutely there as well. This is also about as big as it gets on the road to WrestleMania. This is where we are going to find out what Cody Rhodes is going to do. We're going to find out how The Rock fits into this. We're going to find out if either the Cody fans or the Rock fans are going to be disappointed during this WrestleMania season. It's all on the table. It is literally all on the table. There are a few ways to go. Which play do they run? Y2J Jericho. Jericho Y2JS. Shout out to you, my friend. Said, I feel like the best way WWE and the fans can have our cake and eat it is night 1, we do Rock versus Roman. Night 2, we do Roman versus Cody. And Cody wins. I mean, I would take that. Absolutely, I would take that. I think everyone's right. But all I would say is you are going to still end up with some disappointed people, right? I don't know there is a way to please everybody, because there are Roman fans out there who, of course, are going to want him to continue his reign, right? They're going to want him to get to the Hogan record and all that kind of stuff. So there are going to be some Roman fans that would be disappointed at the fact that, you know, I mean, I think we would know that Cody would be finishing his story, right? So you'd have a few disappointed Roman fans, but honestly, deal with it, right? Your guy has had more than enough over these past few years. Deal with it. And you would also have disappointed Seth fans, which I could understand a little more as to why they were disappointed, because it looked like he was going to main event WrestleMania Night 1. But what I would say is, he's World Heavyweight Champion. He will definitely get the opportunity to do it again in the future. Sometimes it just doesn't shake out and work out. And instead, you know, we've just got this absolutely once-in-a-lifetime monumental moment with Cody and Rock and Roman. And if the right way forward for this story is to do the 2 nights, then we do the 2 nights. That would be my approach. So I completely agree. Completely agree. But also I'd say is don't be surprised if you go on social media and there's going to be people upset. It just depends how many people and what people. Are they Rock fans? Are they Roman fans? Are they Cody fans? Are they Seth fans? Someone's going to be upset. It's just who and how much. So we're going to have to wait and see. Equally, there will be people very happy. But again, who and how much? Matthew, shout out to you, said Days, whoever ends up facing Roman, the key is stopping Solo and Jimmy. How would Rock or Cody do that? Jay, Sammy, save. Well, to be honest, I've said this before. A lot of people criticize Roman and they say, I hate Roman because all that happens is outside interference. I actually think those people have got it wrong. I think you're wrong. I think the people you should be upset with are the baby faces, because we have seen it so many times now. If you go into a match with Roman, there is going to be outside interference. Okay? I mean, it's fact. It's happening, right? Why you would go into a match and expect anything different is beyond me. I have no idea why you would expect anything different. There is going to be outside interference. So for the longest time, the question has been, how do you deal with these people? How do you deal with Solo? How do you deal with Jimmy? You've even got to keep an eye on Paul Heyman. He may trip you over. Heyman, Solo, Jimmy, and potentially any other Anoa'i Oos that comes out of the woodwork. You've got to worry about all of these. I mean, look at Drew. He thought he had dealt with it, and then boom, Solo Sikoa arrives, right? So you've really got to have plan A, plan B, plan C, plan D, right? So you've got to have an answer for it. So how do you deal with it? Well, maybe that's what we're watching play out right now. Maybe what we're watching play out right now is Cody recruiting his special enforcer in The Rock. And The Rock knows that if he tells Solo and Jimmy not to get involved, they will not get involved. Family listens to family. And there's only one person that they will listen to over the tribal chief, if you will. And that is another family member like The Rock, who maybe was a former tribal chief or whatever, right? And so maybe this is Cody getting his ducks in a row. Maybe that is what we're watching here. And who knows? Maybe The Rock thinks that because his family, there won't be outside interference. Perhaps The Rock thinks, well, Solo ain't going to get involved. Jimmy ain't going to get involved. They ain't going to get involved in me. Perhaps that proves to be The Rock's downfall. He thinks they won't, but they will, and they do. And that is why he loses. And he loses because family turned on him and he didn't expect it. And maybe The Rock is going to be the special enforcer for Cody. I always thought that Dustin Rhodes, as was mentioned earlier, was an excellent shout for being someone that could help. I think if you could call back on Cody's history and have people come out and help Cody, you know, I would love nothing more than Randy Orton to come down and deal with Solo Sikoa, and then Dustin Rhodes comes down and deals with Jimmy Uso, and then that just leaves Paul Heyman, and Heyman is trying to grab at Cody's leg, and all of a sudden someone jumps on Heyman's back, and he's like, what's going on, and it's Brandy Rhodes. Brandy Rhodes has jumped out of the crowd, and she's just jumped on Heyman, and he's just like flailing around on the outside. So Solo has been dealt with. Jimmy has been dealt with. Heyman has been dealt with. All that's left is Cody and Roman one-on-one in the ring, staring at each other. Can you imagine the arena in that moment? Can you imagine the whole wrestling world knows that it is a level playing field right now? There is no one else left. And all of Cody's friends and family have come to make sure that that is a level playing field. And in that moment, when it just gets down to those two, and there's crossroads that are being kicked out of, Superman punches being kicked out of, you can't tell me that is not going to be cinema, right? You can't tell me that is not just going to be, you know, one of the biggest things you've ever seen. So for me, like Cody Roman on a platform like WrestleMania 40, I absolutely can deliver and pull at the heartstrings. And I understand there'll be more casual fans that tune in for The Rock, but I really think the deeper, more emotional, more satisfying moments will be with the Cody Roman match. So it's an excellent point as to who deals with these things. But I think if you dig into it, you know, and look at the mindsets, I don't know. I mean, you could go with someone like Sammy and people along those lines, but I think we did that last year. I think Sammy came out and tried to help Cody last year with Kevin Owens, and it didn't work because they dealt with them, but Solo still found a way of getting involved. So I would like to see this be a little bit more personal. I'd like to see it be a little bit more like Cody's past has come to help push him forward, you know. I think that'd be amazing if we could find a way. I mean, obviously you'd love people like Ted DiBiase Jr. And people along those lines, you know, to be involved. But realistically, I think I'd be looking at Randy Orton, Dustin Rhodes if you could do it. I'd love Brandy to get involved. I'm not a big Brandy fan, but she can certainly deal with a Paul Heyman. I've no doubt about that. If Paul Heyman was to topple over, do you know what I mean? Like, that's him out of the picture for a little while. I mean, no disrespect, but that, you know, that's Heyman dealt with for at least 5 minutes. So she could definitely deal with Heyman. And I just think that one-on-one moment, because to me, this is what it's all about. This is why I don't want the triple threat. This is why I didn't want Roman to lose in a fatal four-way, because to me, it's very, 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 very clear that this has been a Rubik's Cube for the longest time. This, for the longest time, has been a Rubik's Cube. How do you beat Roman, and how do you deal with the outside interference? You have to deal with both. And you can't moan about the outside interference because it's always been there. It's always been a part of the puzzle. It's a little bit like doing a Rubik's Cube and being upset with, I don't know, the red squares. Well, the red squares are always there. It's part of the puzzle. And so is Roman's outside interference. Someone will work it out. And I think that person is Cody Rhodes. I think someone is going to be smart enough to work out the puzzle and have a plan A, a plan B, a plan C, and to make sure that the bloodline is taken down and make it a level playing field. It's hard enough then because Roman's obviously an excellent wrestler, so he is going to be a match for anybody one-on-one anyway, but at least if you can take the bloodline out of the equation, you stand a chance, you know? Wow, I really want to see it go down that way. That's how I would love to see it end. This is why I wouldn't do a cash-in. I wouldn't do a triple threat. I wouldn't do like the fatal four-way thing. One-on-one, mano-y-mano, who is the best, and the babyface works out how to deal with the outside interference. So, Matthew, shout out to you, my friends. Aaron, hope you're doing well, dudes. Appreciate the support, you know that. As always, big part of the community, Aaron. Aaron said the reason Cody didn't go for the AEW championship is because he didn't want to be called out for pushing himself to the top as an EVP. I want CM Punk to tell Cody to do it. We want Cody, hashtag no part-timers. I think that's I think that's really cool, actually. I think that's a really nice thing you've just said, in the sense of The Rock, to me, is in a very weird place right now, because I think a lot of people look at The Rock and they see the movie star, they see the Attitude Era guy, and that is the guy, right? But The Rock that we have now, right now, he is on the TKO board. He is in a very, very powerful position. And he has basically gone on to the show earlier and said, listen, me and Roman is best for business. And I've made this point before. If you're a wrestling fan and you was around during the Daniel Bryan WrestleMania 30 story, you will know that they told Daniel he was not best for business. He was a B+ player, right? He was not worthy of being in the main event. Tell me how what The Rock is doing and saying is any different. He is an authority figure. Fact. He's on the TKO board. He's an authority figure who is saying that Cody is not best for business. He hasn't gone as far as to call him a B+ player, but he has said that Cody is not the best option for business. Everyone knows me and Roman is capital T, capital H, capital E, biggest main event match in WrestleMania history. There is a real arrogance to what he said earlier, and he was very disrespectful to the Cody fan base, and he is basically saying best for business from a position of authority and power. I mean, he is basically Triple H and Seth from like WrestleMania 30. So it's true. You're right. It is an abuse of that power, if you will. I don't know that they thought it would be perceived that way when they ran this story. I really don't. I don't think they thought that we would view it that way, but a lot of people have viewed it that way, and I think now he is leaning into it. He's leaning into it. So excellent points, Aaron. I do agree with you. I am conscious, though, believe it or not, of like upsetting the Rock fans, because I know there's a lot in this community that are Rock fans and that do want that Rock match, right? So I am conscious of not being like disrespectful towards those people. I'm not looking to do that, but I think, you know, for me, there's a very clear line. The line is, if you're going to start personally attacking people, right, which we have seen on social media, that's when a line has been crossed. But if we're just keeping it talking about the story and talking about our perception of the story and talking about how we believe there to have been an injustice and why, and we talk about that and we keep it focused on the storyline, that to me is where the line is, and we're being respectful. So this is not a knock, a personal knock to Rock fans, but it is, I think, people that are on the Cody side just sort of saying like, this is how we see it, this is why we see it this way, and these are a few things that don't add up to us. And I agree with Aaron in the sense of it does look like someone has just joined a position of power, forget who it is, right, joined a position of power and then forced their way into a match that they didn't qualify for. And it's funny because I got asked, like, don't you think The Rock should qualify for a match like this ages ago? And my answer was no, he doesn't need to, because he's The Rock and he is one of the most famous people in the world, and he's won wrestling championships before, and he's like, so he's credible and he's famous, and for me that's the combo that can get you a title shot. So you know, people will be like, oh, well, what about Taylor Swift? Yeah, well, she's not credible, is she? She hasn't got, like, she's not a former wrestler, right? But someone like Stone Cold, someone like The Rock, someone like John Cena, someone like Goldberg, they are credible because they're former champions, they're Hall of Famers, they're legends, and they are famous, they're well known. Yeah, it's not like Heath Slater or someone, right? They've got to a position where they've been arguably faces of companies at some point. So for me, there is a group, and there's some names I've just given you in that group that can sort of skip the queue. What I didn't say, and I, would never really think to say it, is there is a caveat to that. There are some rules that go with it, and one of the rules is you can't skip the queue like now, right? If there is a Royal Rumble winner who's trying to decide who do I face, you can't skip the queue at this point. If we was like getting into the Saudi show, and Roman didn't have a challenger, and there was no number one contender, and we hadn't done a tournament or a fatal four-way or a battle royal, or we hadn't done anything, and Roman was just like, I beat everyone, there's no one left for me to beat, and then The Rock comes out, no problem. I don't have a problem with that. I have no problem with that whatsoever, right? You can do that for SummerSlam, Survivor Series. Do you know what? You can even do it for WrestleMania. Right? The only thing is, I need the Royal Rumble winner to make his decision first. right? I need him to say, like, I'm going to pick whoever. Now, technically, Cody said, I'm not going to face you, Roman, at WrestleMania. So you can say that Cody made his decision, but we know that he did want Roman at the Rumble. And so it feels like Rockers barged him out the way, right? So that's why this doesn't feel very satisfying compared to how The Rock could have done it, right? But again, is this part of a story? Is this part of a work? Is this leading to something? I think it is. I just can't quite find the play at the moment because they're doing things which I wasn't expecting, and we've gone down roads I wasn't expecting, and even the comments earlier today from The Rock I wasn't expecting. And so it's kind of left me very confused as to what the play is, but we are just half an hour away from finding that out. We will find out together where we're going and what the future looks like and if we're happy about it. And I definitely am going to want your feedback on that. So, Aaron, thank you, my friend. Cynthia said, I just want to share something funny with you. The other day, I was at a store, and as I walked by, a toy cow mooed at me. I felt very disrespected from it. I already know that I'm fat. I don't need a toy cow to remind me. Well, Cynthia, I'm sorry that you had that experience and that you managed to get fat-shamed by a toy cow in a shop. To be honest, not something I was expecting to read as we head towards this press conference, but it's something that I am glad that I read. It's something that I'm grateful that you shared. And on behalf of the community, I just want to say a big thank you. And also, you know, just call out that cow. That is unacceptable behavior, to be honest. That's very unacceptable. Honestly, sounds like the kind of thing a Rock fan would do to me. That's all I'm saying, Cynthia. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Did you ask the cow if he was, we want Cody or we want Rock? Because I think I can guess which side of the fence he was on. So, Cynthia, shout out to you. Dakota, appreciate the support, my friends. Hope you are well. Dakota says, if it's Drew against Seth, Drew has got to win so that when Punk comes back, he can win it from Drew. It would set up Punk versus Seth for next year with roles reversed. Do you know, that's an excellent shout because Drew has really been going hard at the whole CM Punk's main event dreams are dead. So the swerve tonight, imagine if the swerve tonight is that CM Punk's injury is not real and actually, Drew, I am going to be in the main event because Seth, now that Cody has made his decision, I'm coming for you. Now, I don't know if we don't put Drew in that match, actually. We could do Seth, Drew, Punk as a triple threat on night 1. Night 2 would be Cody against Roman. Again, I really think they're going to have to tell the fans when we do the Rock match that you will have some upset Rock fans. And you know what as well? You're going to have, I mean, oh my God, there's going to be so much banter. It's going to be like when a football team beats a local rival. If Cody does get to face Roman and The Rock doesn't, I won't do it, right? But there will be a lot of Cody fans that just start laying into the Rock fans, man, and giving it back. And equally, if it is confirmed it's Rock Roman and Cody is just pushed to the sides, then you're going to have a very vocal Rock fan base that I'd imagine is going to continue giving it to Cody fans. So hopefully both sides can get something out of this. Otherwise, it might just be best to stay off X, to be honest, or go on with some popcorn and just watch as it all burns, as it all just burns. So I think they're going to be aware of that, and I think they will do something for both camps. I think The Rock is going to give his fan base something to be pleased about, and I think that Cody will give his fan base something to be pleased about. Cody said, trust me, if he gets this wrong, no one will trust him ever. I don't trust him anyway, but no one will trust him ever again. So it is going to be absolute carnage. But I do love your idea of like Drew being involved, because it is true. He has been gloating on social media. We've been documenting it on our Unseen series, which is the videos we do. They've been daily. And we will do one tonight as well, where we basically go online and we look at all those big talking points kind of away from the shows. So like the exclusive interviews online, the social media interactions between the superstars, the reactions and memes, and just it's all the kind of extra bits that kind of play out, and God only knows what that's going to look like tonight. Yeah, there was a joke earlier someone sent me. They were like, I can't wait for tonight's 4-hour Unseen episode. I was like, yeah, man, it really might be. It really might be. There might be so much reaction to this that it could go for 4 hours. They tend to go 40 minutes anyway. But I love your idea of Drew being involved, and if it is a swerve by CM Punk, wow. And that would fit with, you know, The Rock saying, man, this is going to be spoken about forever. I feel like something of that magnitude is going to go down. Call me stupid, but I can't say it will be that, but something of that magnitude, some sort of massive swerve that really does make us go, I did not see that coming, or wow, they're doing that, or, you know, I mean, they have booked out the T-Mobile, I think this is in the T-Mobile arena. They've booked out an arena. They've told the fans it's free to come along. And they could not have promoted this more. This is absolutely as big as a B-show pay-per-view. I mean, honestly, it's probably just on its own. Just this is a B-show pay-per-view, right? It may even go on to be as big as like a Royal Rumble or something. But it is just the amount of people that were around, the amount of talk, the amount of chatter. In fact, it's probably bigger than a B-show pay-per-view. I don't even know there's this much chatter around things like Payback and Fastlane and things like that, you know, Backlash. I don't know that Bash in Berlin is going to generate this kind of buzz, you know, so it's amazing. It's amazing. This already has been just such a wild ride, and, well, I think we've only just started. According to the long gamer, The Rock. JP said, Days, haven't been in since the White Rabbit stuff. First thing WWE has done that has got me excited in a while. Yeah, wow, welcome back. Yeah, you're right. I think a lot of people have kind of come back to wrestling. Honestly, it's been pretty good. I think that the Bloodline stuff, which was, I want to say around the same time, actually, as White Rabbit. So White Rabbit at the end of 2022 was when Sammy was trying to decide, or was being a bit abused, and, you know, was he going to turn on the Bloodline and everything? That was kind of around at the same time. I think that built to WrestleMania. WrestleMania was very good. I think after WrestleMania there was a dip, a very obvious dip. I think we kind of ran on the fumes for a little bit. But I think for me, we got to SummerSlam. I thought SummerSlam was disappointing, all things considered. And honestly, from there, I think we did go into a little bit of a free fall. There was some good stuff, of course. But I don't think we kind of got to the levels that we were at before. So, yeah, I don't blame you. I think we did kind of drop off a little bit. We didn't drop off massively. We did see Raw start going down to like 1.3, 1.4. But, I mean, that's just going to be harder and harder every year. But, of course, they're going to Netflix. So, I mean, we won't even get to see the ratings, I don't think. I'm not sure what's happening on that front. But Netflix don't tend to release their numbers. So we might not know how things are performing on that front. But yeah, I agree. I completely agree. I think that it has been in a bit of a slumber. And CM Punk came back, though. Got to give it that in November. That was monstrous. So Punk came back. So I'd say from SummerSlam, we kind of went down a bit. And then Punk came back and it all exploded again. And then we got into the new year. And now here we are with all of this. So it's just a great time to be a wrestling fan. Certainly a WWE fan. There is frustration around. That may be eradicated tonight in 20 minutes. So we may be able to eradicate that frustration, and I hope we do. But yeah, God, you've got to say, I mean, I made the comment after the weekends. I just said, do you know what? If you was a Rock fan or a Cody fan, I think one thing that we can be proud of is that we have told the world something big is going down in pro wrestling and in WWE. And over the weekend, we had We Want Cody trending with the Rock trend climbing up the ranks, right? And so if nothing else, like if we are just to take the positives away, then I think we can be really proud that boy, did we make some noise. We really made some noise. And it can be very difficult being a wrestling fan sometimes. I'm sure you've had those conversations where people are like, you watch that, and they kind of look down their nose at you, which I will never understand, and I'm sure you will never understand as to why people react that way sometimes. But, you know, for this weekend, we made a lot of noise to let them know that pro wrestling is alive and well. People are sharing their opinions passionately, as always, and something is really happening you need to be aware of, you know. And the thing is, buzz and hype is really funny, because something that can be seen as a bit cringe and a bit not sure about it, all of a sudden becomes cool because everyone's talking about it and there's clearly something going down. And all of us, I would argue that this weekend wrestling became a bit cool because it really was the conversation. It really dominated like what was happening on social media and everything. So I think WWE saw that and were really pleased with the positive aspects, which is why on Raw they did lean into it. They definitely did. Even if they didn't hand out the signs to the fans, which I think has since been proven to be fans bringing signs along, right? We spoke about that in Unseen. I think that what we saw them showing the signs and in the promos, allowing, as soon as there was a little chant breaking out, you could tell the wrestlers were giving it room to breathe. They weren't talking over it. They weren't like trying to distract. They weren't doing anything to dissuade the chants. As soon as the chant broke out, microphones went down and they let it breathe. So I think the wrestlers were told to let it breathe. The cameras kept cutting to the signs. The commentators kept talking about the trends. WWE have loved it. Not the negative aspects, not the death threats. No one's loved those, right? That's people going way too far. That's people just losing perspective, right? But I think that there has been some positive aspects to this, and WWE have certainly leaned into those. Dragon Slayer, shout out to you, said Rock versus Roman, but Cody comes out, not The Rock. I think you get done for false advertising, because if you're going to tell everyone Rock Roman, Rock Roman, Rock Roman, you're going to get a load of people tune in to then not get the match they were hoping to see. So I know COD subject to change, but if you've done it on purpose as a swerve, don't think you can do it, but don't think you can go down that road. If you are telling people it's going to be Rock Roman, you have to deliver Rock Roman, unless there is a real life injury that is going to actually keep him out. I think if you was to do something cheap, like say Rock Roman, and then we get to the show and there's a backstage attack, honestly, the backlash to that might not be pretty. Certainly not from Rock fans, you know? Ryan Gambler said, did you see The Rock's reaction on ESPN? Don't think so. Is that something recent? I saw him, his comments with the Cody Crybaby stuff. I don't think I've seen him on ESPN. No. What was said? We've been streaming for nearly 3 hours. So if he has done another media appearance, then we've been here chatting. Brad said, Days, how are you? Come on, Rock versus Roman. Brad, shout out to you. I'm good, bud. I'm excited. We are just 17 minutes away. So the clock is ticking down. The excitement is real. So Ryan Gambler, shout out to you. Brad Wessex, shout out to you. And King Yeti, hope you're well, my friends. I hope you're doing well. King Yeti said, let's go, Cody. Rocky sucks. Let's go, Rocky. Cody sucks. So King Yeti is let's go both. Which, honestly, I'm totally down for. Hashtag we want both. And both sides get the match that they're hoping for. Totally there with you. I'm totally there with you. Let's do both. But are they going to do that? As we said, there are ways to play this. What play are they going to choose? So, but King Yeti making his feelings very, very clear. He wants the Cody match, and he wants the Rocky match. So, King Yeti, really appreciate it, dude. Thank you. JP says Tony Khan could stop Paul Heyman from interfering. I would not be expecting that, right? Tony Khan to get involved and stop. And then he's screaming at Cody, do it, Cody, do it. Do it for your dad. Be like, what's Tony Khan doing, Jesus? Yeah, that would be wild, dude. Support intern, shout out to you. Appreciate it, dude, as he gifts Wrestling Days membership. And Masontai Brock. Masontai, is that how you say it? Masontai, I've never seen that name. It's a nice name, Masontai. I like it. Masontai Brock, shout out to you, says, right, part 1, hear me out. Okay. This is the only way to save WrestleMania 40. Bring back Stone Cold Steve Austin to lay some smackdown on The Rock's candy ass on the biggest stage of them all for the head of the board directors. Do you know what? What if The Rock muscles his way in and Cody has to find someone to help deal with the Rock problem that he's got now, and he gets Stone Cold? Like, what if for WrestleMania 40 we get Rock against Stone Cold and Cody against... I don't think they would do it, because I mean, I know we saw Stone Cold against Kevin Owens, right? And I know he looked better than I think we thought, but he was also carried by Kevin Owens. So he was carried, but yeah, he has said that he thinks he could do another match, but I think the person he mentioned was AJ Styles. You see, The Rock, I don't know that The Rock would be able to carry Austin through a match now. I feel like The Rock would probably have to be carried. I mean, he got out of breath very quickly the other week, so I don't know. I'm just pulling stuff out of the air, but you've just said something that I did not consider, and that is, what if we set this up so that we do go down the road to a different match entirely? Imagine if you do Stone Cold Rock one more time at WrestleMania 40. I mean, what is that, the greatest feud? It probably is in WrestleMania history. I mean, they faced each other 3 times. You know, they faced each other 3 times, and it's got to be the greatest feud in WrestleMania history. I know the Undertaker Shawn matches going into Undertaker Triple H, if you want to include all of that, may beat it, right? For some, but I have to be honest, 2 people one-on-one. That is food for thought, because Stone Cold has said he thinks he could do one more. He thinks he could do one more, but the person he said was AJ Styles. I can't see it. I really can't see it. But do you know, Masanta, you've made me think of something that I did not consider. Seriously. But yeah, and the winner gets to be the head of the board of directors. Well, I've heard there is a vacancy. Apparently, that is a position that does need to be filled now, yes. So, Masante Brock, shout out to you, my friends. Thank you for the suggestion. Thank you for the support. And I hope that you're about to get whatever it is you're hoping for, although I can't say it's going to be that. It'd be amazing if it is, though. Paranormal Presence, shout out to you, said, I say they just give us Roman versus James Ellsworth. Dream match. Dream match. Let's stop messing around. Let's just book the dream match. Respect. Chris Day, shout out to you. Thank you for the support, bud. Really appreciate it. And again, I hope you get what you're hoping for. Carnivore Chris said, I love the coverage style. I'm clueless and I love it. Lol. Dude, we're all clueless. And we'll have to get back to you as to whether we love it or not, right? But no, it's true. I've been very, very clear. I'm looking through the book and I can't find the plays. I can't find how this shakes out. I mean, if I'm a betting man, I think I'm leaning to the 2 nights. I think I'm leaning towards doing Rock Roman and Roman against Cody, and it being like a big announcement and the graphics are shown and it's like, boom, you're getting both, right? You know, like how UFC 300, they're just stacking the card. It's like every fight is just like got big names in it. I know that you could do Becky and Rhea and all stuff like that, but imagine if the announcement by the end of this is it is going to be a 2-night thing and they've got the graphics already made and it's right there. You've got Roman Rock, you've got Roman Cody. Both sets of fans, I think, would be happy with that. I don't know what they do with Cody having to wrestle twice. That would be my question. That I would be like, amazing. Cody looks like he's going to finish the story. The Rock fans get their match as well. What do we do with Cody wrestling twice? That would be my question. But yeah, honestly, it could go so many ways. It could go so many ways. And it could go so wrong for so many people as well. Whatever play they've got, I hope they've checked it twice, 3 times, 4 times, ran it past 1 million different people, made sure it's absolutely watertight, because if there's any flipping gaps in this plan, we, the fans, will find them and we will tell them. So it better be good. I tell you what, if you was in creative and you had just come over from Hollywood and you'd written for TV shows and whatever, and now you was writing for wrestling, this must just be a different world, man. This must be, I mean, I know that there can be plot holes in TV shows and the fans can like make it clear they're not happy about them, but I don't know, man, that anything compares to wrestling. I don't know that anything compares to. There better not be any holes in this thing. We'll find them. I'll find them. You'll find them. We'll let them know. Chris Day, shout out to you again. Really appreciate the support, dude. Chris said, reading between the lines, he would never agree to 2 matches at WrestleMania, and only The Rock can take the head of the table from him. He'll lose the head of the table and his title. This is the only way to take it all. So do you think that he loses head of the table and the title to The Rock? Do you think he loses both of those to The Rock, or do you think it's going to be a case that he is only going to lose one of them and then go to SummerSlam and lose the title? I don't know. I do understand that mentality. I think if you're going to do that, if you're going to do Rock versus Roman for the tribal chief thing, right, and maybe Roman loses the bloodline, right? I don't know that he would lose the match, but there is still a way of him, say, winning. He can then beat up The Rock. Solo can be uncomfortable with what he's witnessing. Solo can stop Roman. There can be a falling out, and all of a sudden, even though Roman won, Solo is walking away, right? And maybe Jimmy is following Solo, and all of a sudden, it's just Roman and Heyman. So The Rock might not have won, but he will have broken up the bloodline. And at that point, you could bring Cody out laughing. Maybe pointing at the watch or something, saying, it's coming to an end, Roman. It's coming to an end. That would be interesting, because if you did go down that road, anyone that tuned into WrestleMania may want to then tune into the next chapter of this story. And I wonder if this is the kind of growth that they're looking for. I wonder if this is the kind of cliffhanger ending. This is just part of a story. Long gamer. Do you know what? It's really not a bad shout. I think, though, that you would have to, in this press conference, tell the Cody fans he is going to get his opportunity at SummerSlam, at wherever, right? Saudi Arabia, Survivor Series, whatever. Probably SummerSlam. I think you have to give them the date. They have to know, because when he won the Rumble, he called out Roman, and we thought that it was going to get finished at WrestleMania. If it's now not, then we need the new date, please. We need to know when this is getting finished, because, Cody fans will wait. Waiting is not a problem. They've waited a long time. It's just that when he won the Rumble, the message was sent pretty loud and pretty clear that it's going to end at WrestleMania. It's going to end at WrestleMania. So if you now pull that away, you've got to give them a new date to work towards, if that makes sense. Right, but Chris, love that. Love that. Frank, shout out to you, said Swerve tonight. How about we get the likes of Tama Tonga and Herculeo come out? I don't know how you pronounce that second one. They're from New Japan, aren't they? Come out with Cody to even up the odds. Well, if you did that, they would need to be introduced, because I think the WWE fan base by and large doesn't watch New Japan, to the point where I can't even pronounce the name. I know Tama Tonga, he was in obviously Gorillas of Destiny. I mean, look, if you go down that road, I think that that would be cool. I think I don't know what it would mean for the Rock match. And I think you would have to introduce these people, and, there would be confusion as to who they are. You'd have to introduce them, let them know they're part of the bloodline, they're related. There'd be a bit of work to be done. There would be a lot that you'd have to get through in this press conference. Not impossible, but again, where does that leave the Rock fans? Because they're hoping for Rock versus Roman. So if the swerve is it's actually Roman Cody, and Cody's gone and got some support, where do we fit the Rock into proceedings? That would be the question. But Frank, shout out to you. We could go down those roads. Timothy said, do you think we will see heel Rock return? Well, I feel like we saw him earlier, to be honest, but I feel like we've already had a glimpse, have we not, of heel Rock? So I don't know why we would go down that path. I don't know what benefit there is to going down that path, but I can't say it's a path that we aren't going down, because so far his comments earlier have suggested that's the path we're on. Supportington said, we want Jinder. Duo Belair, what is this, like double Ray, but with the Duo Belair. It's like Toblerone. Duo Belair said, how does Senior Money in the Bank fit into this? We spoke about that earlier. We don't quite know until we actually get the World Heavyweight Championship match sorted. To be honest, he might have to wait. But there is a chance that he does cash in on Seth and win the World Heavyweight Championship. I don't expect him anywhere near Roman's belts. But to be honest, we might have to also just wait until after WrestleMania. It really depends who leaves as champion. I think if Seth has still got the belt, then we could see a cash in. But if Cody gets it and we do like a title unification, I can't see why we would then have Damian win the title from Cody with a cash in. So very hard to fit him in, to be honest. Very, very difficult, because there's a lot of moving parts. I think we need to get Roman, Cody, Rock sorted. Then we can sort of look at the landscape and go, that's where he fits in. King Yeti said the message was screw both of them. Lol. Right, are we starting? There's a thing that says live stream coming up. Live stream coming up. Okay, so it did say that there was a minute or so left to go. Obviously, we're going to keep our eyes peeled. Manic600 said, what's your ideal state of WWE going into 2025? To be honest, I don't have one. I just think we just want it to be in a place where there's going to be a lot of talking points, where we've got champions that make sense, we've got good stories. I just think it dropped off a little bit. I love the Bloodline story with Sammy. I think that was one of the most engaging things we did in recent times. I don't think the Judgment Day got to those levels. I don't think Damage Control got to those levels, but I do like the split in Damage Control. So I think we just need some really good, satisfying, long stories. So I don't really have anything specific, to be honest. I can't really say, like, well, I'd be looking for this person to be champ or that person to be champ. I just want, I think, what we've had recently, which is engagement. You know, you just want something to get your teeth into. I've watched so many Raws where we've done a watch-along, live watch-along, which we do for Raw, NXT, SmackDown, the premium live events. I've done so many of those where afterwards I've been like, I don't know what I'm meant to talk about. I don't know what I'm meant to do a video on or do a discussion about. The matches were fine, but they weren't amazing. There's no real storylines that are grabbing my attention, or seemingly anyone else's. So those are the dark days. Those are the times where it's a bit, you know. But thankfully, that's not where we are right now. So engagement, storylines, talking points. That's what I'm after. Ryan said, I can honestly see Cody challenging Roman the night after WrestleMania on Raw for WrestleMania 41, just like what Cena did back in the day. Roman is retaining at WrestleMania 40. Okay, we haven't discussed that one, to be honest, Ryan, so shout out to you, my friends. Okay, we are going over. We got one more to go. Alexis says, calling it now. Finger poke of doom returns at WrestleMania. The crowd is effing crazy. Rock says, come and get it, baby. One more year of Cody run. So a finger poke of doom, what do you mean? Do you mean, what do you mean? Do you mean that Rock goes down to a finger poke of doom? Here's Triple H. There has been a lot of intrigue. We're seeing Triple H, Chief Content Officer, arrive. There's Cody Rhodes backstage. Just seeing some people high-vis jackets. Was that Montez? There are a few other people there. We're just seeing the footage of Heyman and Roman arriving. The undisputed WWE Universal Champion Roman Reigns arriving in his San Francisco 49ers jacket. And hit, boo, Dwayne The Rock Johnson. He has landed, and he says that he's excited. He thinks this is going to be spoken about forever. He is the long gamer. Now, here we go. Here we go. So, they're probably going to make us wait a little bit, but right now we've got a videotape. Is this Cody? Oh, no. Okay, so we're looking at... That's fun. So they were saying, like, maybe you was here, or maybe you was here, but if you was lucky enough, maybe you was here. Madison Square Garden, 1985, WrestleMania 1. I don't know where I was, to be honest. But we're seeing Hogan slamming Andre. We're seeing the main event of WrestleMania 35. We're seeing The Undertaker. Roman. We're seeing WrestleMania 18. Kofi Mania. I'm sorry. I love you. Bang. Shawn Michaels to Ric Flair. WrestleMania 24. Stone Cold. WrestleMania 19. Stone Cold and Kevin Owens. We're getting all the clips. Bret Hart winning the title at WrestleMania 10. Daniel Bryan from WrestleMania 30. Rey Mysterio. And that amazing moment, Bianca crying her eyes out in the main event of WrestleMania 37. And now, the biggest WrestleMania of all time. So I'm guessing they're going to make us wait until the very, very end. They're going to keep making us wait until we get to the main event part. I would imagine we'll probably run through the rest of the card first. There are other people that are in attendance. I think Rhea is there as well. So I wonder if someone will step up to someone else. We haven't really spoke about the rest of the card. We've just been, obviously, very, very focused on the top end. And now, Pizza Hut's kickoff event is brought to us at the T-Mobile Arena. So we're seeing a load of fans trying to get inside, and it's pretty full, in all fairness. So we're seeing lots of fans inside the T-Mobile Arena. It was free to enter for this kickoff. I wonder if this will be something they do every year, you know? We're on a panel, so we've got Michael Cole, there's Pat, there's CM Punk. We've got Big E on there as well. So we've just got the panel. They're not on a stage or anything. It's a bit like a kickoff panel. Right, Timothy said, I was 1 year old when we got the first WrestleMania. Well, I wasn't born because I was only I'm only 21, so I wasn't even a glint in my mother's eye at that point. Here is CM Punk. It's like, look at that dude in the background. What? I don't even know what he's got. What's he wearing? There's some dude in the background that's got like a big sparkly jacket. He seems to have some sort of WrestleMania replica belt. He's got another belt over this shoulder as well. I feel like he's carrying quite a few belts by the looks of it. What has he got? What is that belt? That must be like a special WrestleMania replica. Big E says, Punk, we love you, but you've got a reputation to fly off the handle. He throws over to CM Punk. Big CM Punk chants in the T-Mobile Arena. CM Punk, CM Punk. Let's go, man. Let's go. Io Sky is going to beat Bailey, said Toxic. Danny D says Big E. It is good to be here, says CM Punk. I'm injured, but I'm still in the mix. That's a serious contraption he's got on his arm, man. I mean, if that is a work, they have gone all out. He's got like something that looks like it belongs on RoboCop. Big E says, you're all too sweet. I'm grateful. How's the tricep? It sucks. 1 week from surgery today. Heartbroken that you can't compete at WrestleMania. He says, don't worry, I'm still in the mix. I'm still going to pee a load of people off. Yeah, Michael Cole said, this atmosphere feels like a premium live event. What's that belt that dude's got? So many belts that I don't recognize. I don't know the WrestleMania belts that dude has got behind Big E. And then there's some sort of YouTube championship belt. You know, the WWE YouTube championship. Rocky chants. Some Rocky chants. There was some boos when those Rocky chants broke out as well. There are two sides to this. We want Rocky, no we don't. We want Rocky, no we don't. We want Rocky, no we don't. So the crowd already split here and making their feelings known, but it seems like Rock has got supporters in the crowd. Rock fans have turned up. #1 trend in the United States, hashtag WrestleMania. CM Punk asks, where were all you in 2013? It's hard to not be in the mix physically. But the road to WrestleMania will be spicy. I'm talking about Cody. I'm talking about Roman. I'm talking about Seth. Pettiness, you gotta love it. The Super Bowl is around the corner. Jacob said Sean Ross Sapp's tweet is interesting. Okay. Well, they're just chatting at the moment. They're really stretching this thing out. But in all fairness, I think they said it was going to be an hour anyway, so. We want Rocky. Rocky sucks. We want Cody. Cody sucks. So yeah, it's a split crowd. Thunderous chants for CM Punk and a big pop for AJ Lee's name being mentioned. I'm here to beat the drum for Cody, says Big E. He's someone that does Make-A-Wish. King Yeti said, I looked it up. I'm 1 year younger than Punk on the screen, says King Yeti. Big E says, I want someone that's going to be there on the live events. You're the guy. Let's carry this company forward. Okay, so they've done their little talking segment. It was okay. There wasn't really much to it. They're just talking about 2K24 right now. Tiny Tail said at this stage, it's clearly a work and they're using it as fuel as often as they mention the situation now. Alexis said the Super Bowl is going to want money for those references. The Rock is in the building. I think we knew. Well, of course he is. Oh, The Rock's there. All right. Breaking news. So The Rock said he's going to cement his road to WrestleMania. We're backstage with Paul Heyman, Byron Saxton and Paul Heyman. Heyman has got that championship. What mood is Roman Reigns in? It's funny, isn't it? Because Byron Saxton didn't finish that sentence. He said, how's he going to feel when he stands face to face? And Heyman interrupts. Here's the mood. No different than it's been for 3.5 years. So Heyman says we hear that we want Cody, but we can also hear the love. Although there's boos when he mentions The Rock. It's a very split crowd. It's a very split crowd. It's funny because I feel like whoever gets mentioned, they get a negative reaction. So this is just a really down negative press conference. If Cody gets mentioned, there's boo. If The Rock gets mentioned, but why aren't people cheering? If Cody gets mentioned, why don't they cheer? Instead, all you can hear are boos. We're a very negative fan base, aren't we, if you think about it? We're a very negative fan base. So Paul Heyman is saying, look, where the main event of WrestleMania is Roman Reigns. People are arguing about who's going to face Roman. That's Roman Reigns' mood. He is the man. And that is true, isn't it? We're arguing about who should face him. My tribal chief, how is your mood? So, Byron, throwing us back from Paul Heyman to the kickoff panel. Michael Cole says, just got a few seconds left before we go over to the stage. Right. We want Heyman versus The Rock, says Bembo Sports. Bobby, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. Right, they did cheer. Cody said Broken Dreams. Tom says Kevin Hart. Yes, there was talk, wasn't there, about who would be the host of WrestleMania. Byron Stash, said Zokiller. Right, they're just going around and I think talking about what main event they would hope to see. Cody threw me out the Rumble. Roman doesn't want Cody. We'll hear from Big E and CM Punk at the end of the festivities. Ah, yes! Oh, wow! Let's go! WWE Speed is coming! And it's coming to X! If you've not heard, 5-minute matches, if it ends in a draw, like if the time runs out, it's a draw. If someone wins, they get a point. If someone loses, they get no points. And there seems to be like a league table. And it's a brand new kind of concept, wrestling. But 5 minutes, you've got to get the win. We've spoke about it before on Unseen because we saw them film some of the matches. But, wow. Coming to X. Wow. That's going to be cool, man. I'm excited for that. Here's the game. Da-da-da. Here he is. Boo! You screwed Cody. Okay, Triple H making his way down to the ring. Listen, we've already got something from this press conference. That announcement that Speed, WWE Speed, is coming to X. So excited for that. How are we going to do watch-alongs for that? Is that going to be a show or what? We don't have the details, but you know. Something to keep an eye on. Right, Triple H on stage. Well, he's still being cheered. It's probably a good sign. In 1985, in a sold-out Madison Square Garden. Oh, could you imagine if we bring out Wendy Richter or Hogan and like people that were there at the first one? That'd be sick, man. Cyndi Lauper. Mr. T. And the Immortal. There's some cheers for Hogan there. That night was so big. You had to be there. It's true, innit? I mean, when you think back to WrestleMania 1, I mean, it's just WrestleMania 1. But at the time, it was this and bigger. You had to watch it. It was unmissable. It was called WrestleMania, which I think came from Howard Finkel. Based on Beatlemania. And if I remember right, one of the names was Colossal Tussle. I'm pretty sure that was true. They were going to call it the Colossal Tussle. Imagine if we were watching Colossal Tussle 40 now. Well, he's taking this moment. He's grabbing this moment. He's got a microphone. He's got a crowd. I feel like I'm watching some sort of business presentation by Triple H right now. He's talking about the deal with Netflix. I mean, that's lovely and everything, but we want Cody, so... yeah, I'm happy about your little deal. Yeah. Randy Savage. Andre the Giant. Now you've got me back again. Bret Hart. Shawn Michaels. Stone Cold Steve Austin. Ooh. The Undertaker. He said The Rock, and it was a bit... Brandy screwed Cody, literally said King Yeti. She did. And he was fine with it. On April 6th, April 7th, Philadelphia. We're going to take it to a whole new level. Oh. It's a new time. It's a new era. It's a whole new WWE. You ain't seen nothing yet. New time in WWE. Triple H looking at the fans. Las Vegas. He's waiting. He's pausing. Are you ready? Let's go, man. You've got to be pumped. Let's start it then. Let's go. Yes. Okay, so that was part business presentation, part hyping up the fans. But whole new level, whole new era, new time in WWE. Woo. I mean, he might as well have come out and said, you know, the Vince stuff. Oh, forget that. That's not us. We're like, we're new. We're new. Whole new. How many times can I say new? New level, new era, new time. Oh, new. Well, don't botch this press conference then. That's what I'm going to say. But are you ready? That's it. It was a fun show. That was it. Big announcement. Big announcement is it's a whole new level, new era, new time. New. Right, Bianca Belair is what we're being shown at the moment. A video package. She's all over the posters, but we don't know what she's going to be doing. She's not in a match. So, the EST. How did Randy not get mentioned, says Zurlak. Hard in it. There's so many people that you've got to shout out. Bianca Belair. Here's the EST. We've got CGI as well. So they've brought that graphics package with them. It's a different stage. We should mention that as well. So you've got like a big back screen, and then you've got like two screens just in front, and then they kind of walk out through that. Watch me shine now. I never needed you at all. Okay, Bianca's on stage. EST. EST. I wonder if this is weird. It's one thing to cut a promo in a ring, in an arena. I mean, it's a bit different to do it on a stage. A lot of the times when they're cutting those promos as well, the seats in front are empty. We know that the last seats they fill are the hard cam seats. So a lot of wrestlers are probably used to cutting promos in front of a camera and not the biggest of crowds in front of them. Most people are behind them. Here, she's standing there like everyone's in front of her. It must be slightly different. So we are hearing from Bianca right now. She's talking about WrestleMania and how it's where you get the best of people. It's where memories and moments are made. It's where I made history. Oh, well, Sasha Banks gets a mention. The first two black females to main event WrestleMania. Or WrestleMania 38, where she tore the house down with Becky. Okay. Are they just going to send everyone out there with a mic on the stage? No table, no questions? I don't know. I'm not walking into WrestleMania as a champion. I hope she's gotten some sort of an announcement. Someone went, it's okay. She went, it is okay. It's all right that you're not champ. You're still the EST. I might not know what lane I'm going to be in on the road to WrestleMania. Brilliant. That was pointless. Brilliant. Thanks a lot. I might not know what I'm doing, but you can't spell WrestleMania without EST. Bye. Brilliant. This is like, guys, we know what you want. We are just going to make you wait for it, yeah? Here's Bianca. Oh my god. What was the point in that? No, I don't know. Something to do in it. We're going to look at the Eradicator. Rhea Ripley. This is the pre-kickoff show, says Alka. Jacob said, CM Punk and Cleveland Brown. I'm sad because everyone else and Days didn't give me a shout out. Jacob, I just did. Turn that frown upside down. Tom said, it's okay. Cody ain't finishing the story. Mantle said, WTF is this? Nando said, it seems like they're building Bianca's undefeated streak. She is the new Undertaker. It's true. She's going to come out with caskets and droids and all kinds of things. Mermy, shout out to you. Peacock says, this is only going on for an hour, says WWE AEW fan. Dark Knight said, you can't spell WrestleMania without man, so Becky has got to fight. Dieth said, Rock not gonna budge. He wants the glory for the main event. Here we go. Rhea Ripley. The Eradicator makes her way out. This is my brutality. So Bianca doesn't know the lane that she is in. I would imagine Rhea's just going to talk about Nia, is she not? I tell you what, though? I mean, what I would say is, what a brilliant, even though we're looking at this as hardcore wrestling fans, because we are hardcore WWE fans, we're looking at this going, what are we doing this for? But in all fairness, they have banged this drum so hard. They've got The Rock. They've got everyone talking about what's the main event going to be, right? That I think that they're just taking this opportunity to just bring out some people the casuals might not know about. If you only tune in for WrestleMania, you might remember this girl from last year, right? But there's a good chance there are a lot of people that only watch WrestleMania. So perhaps they will tune in for this to find out what WrestleMania is going to be. Perhaps they'll pop in as they're in town for the Super Bowl anyway. And so maybe this is just an opportunity just to bring some people out, key players that you need to be aware of. And you already know The Rock. If you don't know Cody, you're going to later. I'm sure you already know Roman. But here's Bianca. Here's Rhea Ripley. Here's whoever else is going to get wheeled out. I actually don't know who's there. Rhea is calling herself the most dominant woman to hold a championship. Don't you think I deserve a louder ovation? Oh, working the crowd well. Right, mommy, mommy, mommy. Yeah, there are mommy chants. You're right, they just broke out. Mommy chants have broken out. As I was saying. So Rhea's asking, why did Bayley choose to face Io Shirai? She said it's because if she chose me, she knew she would lose. For me, I have a WrestleMania before WrestleMania. In Perth, Australia. My home country. They put over Bianca's undefeated streak, but it's a shame Rhea doesn't have one because she looks more like The Undertaker than The Undertaker does these days. Although saying that, did you see he was dead, man, over in like Saudi Arabia, or like for that football match? He did wheeled out the dead man one more time. Here is the man, Becky Lynch. She has come out to interrupt Rhea Ripley. I wonder what match we're going to get at WrestleMania. It's tough, isn't it? I wonder what Rhea's opponent's going to be. Tricky. Well, let's see what she's got to say whilst being on stage with Rhea Ripley. You didn't think you could have a big-time press conference without big-time Bex, did you? She's got, like, flares on. She looks like she's going to break out into some sort of country number. Don't break my heart, my achy, breaky heart. I just don't think you understand. We're going to break into the line dancing. Let's go. Let's go. Right, Beck's talking about being in the Elimination Chamber for the first time ever. She says, when I win, the man will then challenge you for your championship if you are victorious in your home country. Which she will be, and Becky will be, and this will be the match that we get, of course. And I'm not down on it. Big time match. Big time match. You say it doesn't matter who you face. Because mom is always on top. Smile. Mommy chance. She got a good line. It does matter who you face. I really thought, Mummy's gonna learn what it's like to be on bottom. Ah, okay. Because that's what happens when the man comes around. Mommy is gonna learn what it's like to be on bottom. Yeah, okay, that's all right. That's what happens when the man comes around. Here's Adam Pearce. Adam Pearce trying to separate Becky and Rhea. When the man comes around. Bit of pushing and shoving. Bit of pushing and shoving. Adam Pearce like, well, come on. Elimination Chamber in Perth. Rhea and Becky face to face. Ghost of Time said, I don't even know if that's PG. JJB said it was very PG. Yeah, I know, there was nothing wrong with that. I actually thought she was going to say, ask Seth Rollins. I'm always on top. I don't know why. I thought she was going to go down some of that, like that kind of a road. I'm not sure if that would have been PG, to be honest. Ask around. Ask Seth. The man is always on top. Honestly, that's why I thought it was going to go. It didn't. She says, Mommy's going to learn what it's like to be on bottom. Right, Bianca against Michin has been announced for a qualifying match. Here is Seth Rollins in a suit. Imagine they didn't end up having the match because different people win at the chamber. Still to come, Seth, Roman, Rock, Cody. Honestly, right now, if I'm a betting man, 2 matches. Rock Roman, Rock Cody. That's where my head's at. We've gone to commercial break. So far, I think the biggest thing has been the WWE Speed announcement, which is a new show, or maybe it's just going to be individual matches that just kind of get released as and when, which is 5 minutes long for the match. If the time runs out, no one gets any points. If you win, you get a point. If you lose, you get no points. There's a league table, and it's all about... That's it. I mean, it's wrestling. It's quick, short form. It should have done it ages ago. It's perfect for social media. It's extra content away from Raw and SmackDown and NXT. I mean, yeah, it just makes so much sense. So they've announced that for X. It's going to be on X. I think that's the biggest thing that's happened so far in the 37 minutes that we've been watching. But other than that, we have had Bianca Belair basically saying nothing. Then we've had Rhea and Becky just kind of getting in each other's faces. A couple of little lines in there. Triple H saying a whole new level, a whole new era. It's a new time in WWE. I think that very much was designed to get the message out that, you know, there's been a lot of bad press. There's a lot of things that have been said. That's not what we are. This is a new WWE. But also, whilst this is a new WWE, let's go back and look at footage of 1985. Here's WrestleMania 1 from 1985. But we're new now. We're brand new. But here is some shots from that main event with Hulk Hogan and Mean Gene and Liberace. Right, we go back to the kickoff show. We are seeing the T-Mobile Arena. We are in Las Vegas, and this is being brought to us by Pizza Hut, who just say order now. I mean, it literally just says order now at pizzahut.com. Right. Thanks for watching so that I don't have to, says Zuka. You're welcome. Right, Kean said this could be a lineup for WrestleMania 40. Rollins against Cody, Logan against LA Knight, Roman against Rock, Becky versus Rhea, maybe Bianca versus Jade. It could be. We want Logan against Dominic Mysterio, said Toxic. Oh my God. The amount of booze that might generate, it could create a black hole and destroy us all. Right, next guest is Seth Freakin Rollins. Now this is going to be interesting. He's going to come out with his dusty belts. Oh, the workhorse belt. Oh, you want this, don't you, Cody? No. No. Take your Poxy World title. No shade on it, you know, it's got a place. But just, no, Cody don't need it. Cody don't need it. Go and play with Shinsuke. Go and play with Drew. Go and play with Finn Balor and Sami Zayn and Damian Priest and Gunther, right? Stop bothering Cody. He's already beat you 3 times. Cody fans, get a Dusty Rhodes Kleenex box, said Zoom Station. Zerluk said Seth is so freaking cool. Daniel said I farted. Right, Seth freaking Rollins making his way out. We know threatening people's lives on X is bad. Why is everyone acting surprised? Well, I don't think they're acting surprised, to be honest. I think it's just disappointing that it happened, you know? It's disappointing that it went that far. It can always go that far. I suppose it's just disappointing that it made it. It got there. The levels of toxicity and anger and frustration got to the point where that happened. Right, Seth is out then on the stage. What is he wearing? What are those shoes? Are they just normal shoes with like bows on them? They look like black shoes, but I can see bows, white bows. So Seth is quite... I mean, look, it's a green suit. Let's not say it's conservative. It's green and it's sparkly. But we've definitely seen him in more elaborate attire. Let's put it that way. It's a party in here, says Seth. Okay, Seth has come out. What is he going to say? He can't announce any matches, can he? AF Chris said Seth is dressed like a magician working off the strip. Perhaps that's where he's off to. Pick a card, any cards. Oh, mate, if he does some magic tricks now, this will be the greatest press conference ever. I am a visionary. I am a revolutionary. I am your world heavyweight champion. I am Seth freaking Rollins. Oh, he's really bothered by that, isn't he? Still a big pop, I would say. That line from Roman, where Roman said about him not getting a pop, that got to him. You can tell. Seth's talking about this being the biggest WrestleMania of all time. How about we cut to the chase and we get ourselves a main event? Yes, please. I can't make that decision, says Seth. Okay. Let's get the man who can make the decision out here. The 2-time. Here we go. Here we go. Do you know, this was going on so long, I thought, are they going to go over? Because it says it's an hour and we've only got 17 minutes left. Oh, so he was about to bring out Cody, but Roman is going to come out instead. Matt, I tell you what, Roman Reigns against Seth Rollins. I mean, there's the WrestleMania main event right there. It's a match we should get. It really is. And certainly after Roman's comments. What if we do that instead? What if Cody fans don't get the match they want? Rock fans don't get the match they want? We just do Roman versus Seth? Here's Seth standing on stage as Roman. His brother steps up, looks at him, laughs. Paul Heyman is by Roman's sides. Roman looks cool, man. Roman looks cool. This is where Seth's wacky attire kind of backfires on him, because Roman's got like this cool looking black jacket. It's a great looking jacket. That jacket looks amazing. Look, Seth standing there. Bored at what he's witnessing as Roman holds up that WWE Universal Undisputed Heavyweight Wonderful Glorious Championship. He's laughing. He gives the belt over to Heyman. Heyman gives it a little kiss. Roman keeps... I think he's wondering why Seth is still here. Be gone with you. People acknowledging. Throwing up the ones. Okay, Roman. Looking out at the crowd as the crowd are chanting for the tribal chief. Las Vegas. There is no table. Acknowledge me. If they're about to announce Cody, Roman, Rock, 2 nights, where does that leave Seth? Seth is out on stage. So where would that leave Seth? Seth says, hey, look, guys, he showed up for work. Good to see you, big brother. And Roman said Seth showed up in his wife's shoes. Let's talk about someone that matters right now. There's Rocky Cody co-chants. Let's talk about Cody Rhodes, said Roman. The man who can't make his own choice. I mean, it's very true. We're all very embarrassed. I mean, honestly. Oh, I might pick you. Oh, no, I don't think I will. Yeah. It's no longer his decision. It's now your tribal chief's decision. That's how it works. Do you know, honestly, I think there is real bad blood between Roman and Seth. Get this bum out of here. Get this bum out of here. Roman is choosing. There's Rocky chants. Cody chants. So Roman has selected The Rock. It's not your choice. It's not legally binding. Right, The Rock has come out. What's the reaction to The Rock? So The Rock has come out. Roman has selected him. It's not how the Royal Rumble works, by the way. It's not how the Royal Rumble works. There's definite cheers. Definite cheers for The Rock. But I don't think it's unfair to say that that is a very mixed reaction. The Rock's trying to gauge it as well. To be honest, I think most people are there like this. I don't think there's much noise. I think it's just people like just filming. Rock's trying to gauge the reaction here right now. Looking out at the crowd, he's like, where are we? Where are we, Las Vegas? Where are we? Rock pacing around. Fatal four-way for both titles, said Oration Minds. Oh. Just big mess. Just go for it. Put all of them in one match. There's only one way to decide this. Put them all in one match. That way Seth gets to main event night. Do you know what? Erase your mind. That's a really good shout. Fatal four-way. Just put them all in the pot. The only thing I'd say is that I think the Rock Roman fans would still want that Rock Roman match on its own. And is this really how the title reign should end? Everything on the line, though, just a big mess. Maybe, you know, I always wanted it to end with a one-on-one match. I always wanted it to end in a one-on-one match, not a fatal four-way. But there's no denying Rock, Cody, Seth, Roman, put them in the pot and just let it do whatever it's gonna do. And then what would that mean? That would mean that you could do what, Becky Rhea as the main event on night one. Yeah, I mean, what if Cody comes out and he chooses both? We've never done that, have we? But then why has Cody allowed The Rock in? Okay, boos for The Rock. As that was going on, he was getting booed a little bit more. Oh, the fatal four-way idea is very much in my head now. Do you think Roman's going to beat The Rock at WrestleMania? So they're all out on the entrance stage at the moment. Rock, Roman. So The Rock's making it very clear. Do you think that Roman's beating me, or do you think I'm beating Roman? But there's clearly still one person left to hear from. I'm telling you, this is far from over. If I'm a Rock fan, I am a little bit worried right now, to be honest, if I'm a Rock fan. Rock's coming out and making it very clear that he's took for granted that this is him and Roman. He's very clear. There's a "We Want Cody" chant. There's a few Rollins chants. Rock is really listening. We want Cody. Cody sucks. It's just very unclear, I think. I think it's very unclear. Do you think that we will be the biggest main event? Boos. That's clear. That's clear. Do you think Rock and Roman will be the biggest main event in WWE? Loud boos to that. Loud boos to that. I love the passion. I love the passion. So, welcome. Glad you're here. to the WWE Universe. We want Cody chants. We want Cody chants. Cody, that got his attention. Cody, we want Cody. Thank God the Cody fans woke up. The Cody fans woke up. Gee, do you think they looked on their phones and everyone was like, do something? To everyone, to the millions of Rock's fans, you gotta bring Cody out. So The Rock says he introduces you to the Cody crybabies. So he's introducing the press to the Cody crybabies. Roman loves that. He loves that line. He's like, oh, yeah, that's brilliant. Because we operate at, like, you know, a nursery level IQ. Oh, did you think of that all by yourself? No, he didn't. He had Brian write it for him. Brian Gerwitz had to give him that line. Jeez. Shut up. Shut up. We want Cody. Right, he says, I think you're going to like this a lot. One thing, for damn sure, you are gonna respect it. You might take a look. It's the Bloodline family tree. He said you might love it, you might hate it, but you're gonna take a look at it, you're gonna respect it. It's the Bloodline family tree. Okay. I mean, respect. It is amazing, family tree. It's a great graphic. The graphic's amazing. The Rock's grandfather and Roman's grandfather. It's a heel move, man. It's a heel move. Rock saying there's only one dominant family. Nah, that ain't a face statement, is it? He's healing it up. And Niall said, I ain't reading all of that. He says, if you can't tell that there's only one dominant family and that this is the biggest match, well, if you don't think that in Rock speak, it doesn't matter what you think. And the crowd do not react to that very well at all. That has gone down like a lead balloon. WrestleMania 40, Philadelphia, The Rock, Roman Reigns. Don't like it. Bound by blood. Okay, look, we've still got to get Cody out there. We've still got to get Cody Rhodes out there. Hold up. Hold up. Hey. Cody steps out and says, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. This is bull. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Cody, 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 Cody. Roman. What's the play? What's the play? What's the play? What's the play? It is not your rights to determine the main event. It is mine. Oh, you can't pick Seth now. He can't pick Seth now. Oh my God. Oh my God. What's the play? I've had many conversations. I've made my decision. What's the play? What's the play? He can't choose them both. That'd be stupid. At WrestleMania 40. In the main event. Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. Oh my God. Cody chooses Roman. Cody chooses Roman. Ah, and is he going to say, I choose you as well, Seth? Oh, but why would he do that? Why would he do that? Some of the crowd are cheering, some are booing. You must be stupid, says Roman. This is a done deal. Go over there with the number 2s. Loser brackets. You're embarrassing yourself. You was just a chapter in my book. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Where are we going? This is a happening. You're irrelevant, says Roman. Here you are talking about family. How's Jay? You're talking about family. Well, how's Jay? Roman's taking off his jacket. Where's this going to leave? Ah! Who does it matter who's at the head of the table? Neither of you have been cooking for 2 years. If your grandfather was here, if the High Chief was here, they would be ashamed of you. Ooh. 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 So what's the play? Rock is stepping up to Cody. Cody and The Rock are staring at each other. This has pushed Rock to the side very much. Let me make something perfectly clear. When you talk about his family, you're talking about my family. When you talk about his ancestors, you're talking about my ancestors. We're seeing Rock and Roman get on the same page. Not against each other. Same page. Now we have a problem, says The Rock. Oh, and he slaps Cody! Rock slaps Cody! Now we have a problem. I tell you what, Rock and Roman side by side. Seth is still on stage. He's getting involved for seemingly no reason. Wow. Right now we're seeing people being shepherded off stage. So The Rock is not happy that the family has been disrespected. Internet Menace says, goosebumps. Here is the thing, said that was good. They should bring in Jey Uso to face off as well. Look at the face of The Rock. The Rock is frustrated. This has... And there's boos from the crowd. Now, we've cut away... So is that it? That's the play. Rock and Roman are still on stage. CM Punk says Cody is too diplomatic. Who wants to see Cody punch Rock in the face? Rock's still on the stage. Rock didn't throw me over the top rope. Yeah, it is explosive. Big E's like, are we building to a tag? We've got 2 months till WrestleMania. My eyes will be peeled. I can tell you that they have left the stage now. Okay, I think we're done by the looks of that. So I think it makes sense to just do a quick video on how that has just played out and put in a few thoughts, and then we will jump to the chat. So if we slip over here, I've got a few images already queued up for us to get our teeth into. So we'll take a look at this and walk through it. Massive, massive news coming out of the press conference. And honestly, I didn't know how they were going to play this. They have played it a certain way. I do feel like this is a story that is still going to evolve. I don't feel like we got all the answers here. But let's take a walk through this and talk about how we feel about it. So basically, we had Bianca and Rhea and a really interesting announcement about WWE Speed, a new show, a new format that's coming to X, which I'm actually really excited about, but now is not the time. Anyway, The Rock came out, Seth was out there, Roman was out there, and honestly, the crowd were pretty split. Some were chanting for Cody, some were saying Cody sucks, some were with Rocky, some were saying Rocky sucks. There was a moment, though, where there was a big "We want Cody" chant, and The Rock even said, like, let me introduce you to the Cody crybabies, right? But he said, look, you can like this, you can hate this, but you're gonna respect this. And they put the Bloodline graphic up on screen. So this is the Bloodline. This is Roman's family, Yokozuna's family, Rikishi's family, The Rock's family, the Usos family. Like, this is the Bloodline. And basically, Roman said he wanted to face The Rock. He said that Cody had messed this up, and so he was going to take charge, and he wanted The Rock. So it looked like we were getting Rock and Roman. And Rock was basically saying, look at this. There is not a bigger main event for WrestleMania than me and Roman. And I got to tell you, at that point, the crowd booed. The crowd booed. And so it seemed like you can see the graphics, Roman on one side, Rock on the other. So it felt like it was heading that way, but of course we hadn't heard from Cody Rhodes. And so out came Cody. Cody came out onto the stage and said, this right here is BS. This is BS. It's not your choice to make Roman. It's my choice to make. And he said to The Rock, I've spoke to a lot of people and I have made up my mind. And he said that he would face Roman at WrestleMania. Roman versus Cody is where we are right now. But the reason why I have to say where we are right now is because I don't think Cody fans should go too heavy with the celebrations, because this really feels like a story, like a situation that has got many chapters, many twists, many turns. We thought we were going to get the big definitive answer. I feel like we sort of did get an answer, but I do not feel confident that this is the end of that journey at all, right? At all. So Cody comes out and basically says, like, you know, you two like hijacking this, like your grandfathers would be ashamed. And this really sparked a reaction. So basically The Rock then, obviously embarrassed at building towards this match that he was going to have with Roman, he steps up, gets in the face of Cody, and he says, listen, if you say anything about his forefathers, right? If you say anything about his ancestors, you're talking about mine as well. And all of a sudden, look at this. Rock and Roman Reigns side by side. Right now, these two sold. Right now, we've even got some extra bits. If you don't fix it, we will. Wow, The Rock. So The Rock just walked past there. Triple H, and he said, what just happened was out of line. If you don't fix it, we will. And that fits perfectly with what we're talking about, because look at this now. It feels like we've got a union of Roman Rock. We were heading towards the match, but now we've got a union. And what a union this could be. Roman and Rock side by side. They just walked past Triple H and said, that was unacceptable. You need to fix it. And if you don't, we will. And actually, The Rock tried to fix it himself by slapping Cody. Slapped Cody. Seth, who was out there because of course he was one of the options Cody could have chose, he started getting involved. There's been plenty of bad blood between him and Roman. This thing broke down into a big brawl, and so that's where we are right now. Right? That's where we are right now. This is huge. It's massive. It's the answer we were looking for. But I don't think that we are at the end of this journey by any means whatsoever. Feels like a tag match is going to happen at some point. I don't know when. But Rock and Roman against Seth and Cody very much feels like an option on the table. And also, I feel like Cody Roman looks like that could go down. It's hard to see how we get Rock Roman now, but I would expect this union to not last forever. And I think it will break apart. And I think we will then get Rock versus Roman. So my feelings on this are Cody Roman feels good for Mania. There's going to be a lot of very disappointed Rock fans. I think that that is a problem. I think there's going to be a backlash. I would say that I feel like there's a lot more to this story to come. There was at one point the idea, I think it was Erasure Mind floated the idea of doing a fatal four-way and doing Seth and Cody and Roman and Rock. And honestly, there was a moment where it felt like it was going to go that way. So this is what they've come up with. The show has now come to an end. And my feelings on it are, I wanted the Roman Cody match. I'm pleased that that's where we are right now. I'm not counting my chickens because I feel like there's a long way to go. I feel like the union of Roman and Rock is very, very interesting. And who knows what we actually end up with at WrestleMania. I mean, literally moments ago, it was Rock Roman. Now it is Roman Cody. I don't even want to look on social media because you know that is going to be a blaze. You know that social media is just going to be on fire. So yeah, this is a big, big talking point. I like it. But I wanted Cody in this position, and I could really understand a lot of very disappointed Rock fans this evening. This wasn't the way I would have gone, and this wasn't the fix, but they are running a different story to the one that I would tell, and I don't know where this leads. It's going to be an interesting journey. It's going to be a very interesting journey. So let's jump over, shall we, to... Well, let's upload this video first. I wanted to get this video done because I know these kinds of thoughts would be buried in this... They'd be buried in this video. Not everyone's going to look for them, so it makes sense to pull them out. So we'll upload that. I'm going to stay with you guys and get your reaction to it. Cody Rhodes chooses Roman Reigns, The Rock, and Roman may form a... It was improvised. They're bringing back the Attitude Era, says Ahmed's. So, WWE WrestleMania XL press event reaction. I want to get to the... I want to do a poll. I want to know. I mean, my gut feeling is you're going to have unhappy people. And you know what? I have absolutely no desire or anything to like, not even gloat, but I am being very serious when I say I do feel really sorry for the Rock fans. I'm being very, very serious when I say that. I'm being very, very serious. I think that this was it was a direction, and we don't know where it's going to go, and it may still lead to something good for the Rock fans. I think there was just a really big support for Cody, and I don't know. I don't know if that changed things or if this was the direction it was always going. But then why do you tease a match that you don't have a plan to deliver? You know? If you're going to tease a match, then you would think that that's the match that you deliver. It's a miss. The Rock said stayed too long at Hollywood. He pulled a Will Smith. Why feel sorry? Either way, we don't pout, said Smitty City. No, I do. I feel sorry for the Rock fans. There's a lot of people in this community that are Rock fans. There's a lot of people in this community that had their heart set on that match, you know? And even though I don't agree with everything that's been said and how everything has played out, and I think sometimes on both sides this has gone too personal, I don't think that was the right... That was definitely not the right play to please everyone, right? I don't even need to look at a reaction to know that wasn't the right play to please everyone. That definitely was not the right play to please everyone. But I think that it's just the start of that road. Do you think The Rock is joining the Bloodline, said Goldenhead? Well, yes, but I don't know in what capacity. I mean, it feels like a little temporary kind of moment of him jumping in, you know? Doesn't feel like he's in permanently and he's going to be there week in, week out. You know, clearly The Rock is still The Rock. He is an attraction. But I don't know. I mean, Cody has just gone and made this a lot harder for himself. I mean, The Rock wasn't even involved until Cody got him involved, you know? So, I mean, Cody's really boobed up, man. He won Royal Rumble, and all he had to do was just call out Roman Reigns. And now what he's gone and done is he's gone and got The Rock involved when The Rock didn't need to be involved. And that part of it doesn't really sit very well with me, if I'm being honest. So, Cody Rhodes chooses Roman Reigns at the WWE WrestleMania press events. Andy said triple threat match. Rock makes it happen as an authority figure. Disorientation said it was weird. The stage felt large and empty, but it was cool. You could hear the entrance music properly. Yeah, this is what I want. I want thoughts. I want your thoughts. I mean, if you're a Cody fan, are you over the moon? If you're a Rock fan, are you devastated, or was that cool and you like the direction it's gone? I want to get people's reaction to it. Obviously, we've just done a quick 7 minutes. 7 minutes is 7 minutes. We've done a video where we've put our thoughts into that. So my thoughts are out there. I am, as someone that was We Want Cody, I'm pleased. But as someone that also knows there's a lot of people in this community that wanted the Rock Roman match, I am genuinely, and I'm not just saying it to try and please everyone. I said it before the thing even happened. I said I want both matches. I want both matches because I think that this is something that people want to see both matches of. What now for Seth Rollins? Isn't that amazing how we've got to Rock Roman and for some reason it's been derailed? Don't you think that's amazing? Don't you think that's amazing? We've got to one of the biggest dream matches ever and it's been derailed because of this movement. Maybe it was the movement that did it. I think it's probably more likely that it was just part of the plan from the beginning, but then I don't know why you would tease Rock Roman and then not deliver it for so many people, you know? Right, what I want to do is I'll put a poll up about how do you feel following the WWE WrestleMania XL press event regarding Seth Rollins, The Rock, Roman Reigns, and Cody Rhodes. Happy? Okay / confused. Or sad. I never needed you. Oh, I do need to get to these super chats, and I really want to get to people's thoughts, and I really want to put a poll in the chat, and there's just so much that's happening. We want Cody, said Justin. So Justin is not budging. He wanted Cody. He's got Cody. I've got to think you're a very happy man right now, my friend. People, oh, you know, it's not the play I would have done. It's not the direction I would have gone. But this is why I think there's still more twists and turns to come, you know. And he did kind of tease in that interview earlier that he had turned heel, you know. He had The Rock. He had kind of insinuated it earlier on. Right, let's copy that so that we can hopefully do a poll. Let's do this here. Let's go here. Let's go. Oh, we need to end that one. You should definitely buy my book, says Sonny. Will it help us understand what's just happened, Sonny? Right, love it. Unsure. Hate it. Why won't it let me do that? Is that too long? Oh, your question is too long. How do you feel? Boom. There we go. Okay. Let's go into here and see where we are. So, wow. Liam said, hi, Days. Much love. Love the streams, Liam. Thank you, my friend. I really support it. Niall said, I'm not reading all of that. James Hero said, there's more than one swerve time. Wow, I mean, it was a swerve because Cody had said not at WrestleMania and then turns around and says, okay, WrestleMania. I'll see you, Roman. Okay. Jim said, it's clear that we're going to get a tag match. Yes, but when do you do it? Do you do it night one, a tag match? Is that the plan? Cody and Roman against Seth and Cody and Roman. Roman and Rock against Seth and Cody. Do you do that? Do you do that on night one? Building towards Cody and Roman night two. I mean, let's be honest, maybe The Rock is just not in a condition at this stage where a one-on-one match is going to be possible. Or it is possible, but he ain't ready for it. If he goes in a tag match, that would... you could do a tag match. What if you did a tag match where it is Rock Roman against Cody Seth? If Cody wins, he gets to face Roman on night two. If Rock wins with Roman... then they get the match they want, because Roman has said, I want The Rock. He's said, I want The Rock. So what if we build to that? Not expecting The Rock to compete at Elimination Chamber, right? So that gets Seth in the main event. Granted, Seth wouldn't be defending his World Heavyweight Championship, so I don't know that you can do that. That's the only downside. That's the only downside. You know, but if Rock Roman want to do their match, well, then it would make sense to do the tag match. And if they win, they get their match. But if Cody wins, he gets his shot at Roman. You know, we did just see Roman and Rock say to Triple H, fix it. Fix it. It'll be, this is why I don't think we're at the end of this road. I think we've only just started on this road. Miguel said... it feels like Dustin should have been here and get involved in the Mania match. That is probably impossible. Well, I don't actually know if it's impossible or not, but he has got a contract with AEW. I think if he was going to be involved, Tony Khan would want an AEW graphic, or he would want AEW to be mentioned. And obviously, we're not going to do that, right? We're not going to do that because, we're not going to do that. So... I don't think we're going to do that. Certainly Vince wouldn't do that. I don't think TKO will want to promote... I don't think TKO are going to want to promote AEW. So I completely agree that it is something that would be awesome, and it would be really cool for him to be a part of that. But I think you're absolutely right. It's very, very difficult to see how we're actually going to get to that. Unless Tony Khan is going to be really kind, right? And say, you can go and we don't need anything in return. This is for your family. Which actually, if he did that, that would be really good for him. Because I think that would be really good PR for him. And he could do with some good PR. And I think that this would be a case then that... there might be a bit of goodwill towards Tony Khan, actually, if he would allow Dustin to be a part of this and not ask for anything in return. I think that's something that the wrestling fans would acknowledge and would appreciate. But I don't expect it. I don't expect it. King Yeti said, if there is a backlash, they can settle it. Backlash. Well, I think Backlash not in... is Backlash not in... Where's Backlash? Is Backlash... Do you know? Is that the one in Paris? Bash in Berlin is later in the year, isn't it? So it is the France one. It was Paris. I think they moved to Lyon. So, yeah, I can't see them doing anything at Backlash. I really don't think that is a big enough venue, a big enough show. I mean, we're in Paris. It would be awesome if they did put some monster stuff on that card, like as a way of saying hello to France, you know. That would be awesome, but I think an arena, it's not a stadium or anything. So I don't know, I can't see Roman and Rock and whatever being at that show. I am wondering about when we do the tag match, because I completely agree. I completely agree that this swerve has pleased the Cody fans, but it's the Rock fans I want to hear from. Are they going to be really loud now for We Want Rocky? Are you going to see a counter movement now? There were definite Rock fans in that building. Definite Rock fans in that building. Definite Rock fans that were there that, you know, were making their voices heard. But it's just, I think, a key moment. I think the plan was in anyway. That what you saw was going to go the way it went anyway, right? But I think that that was a key moment where even The Rock had to acknowledge the "We Want Cody" chants. Even The Rock, and there was a lot of read in the room. A lot of read in the room. There were, and who knows, maybe that is going to decide the story. Perhaps the story is not written. The story may not be finished. This is why I would urge Cody fans to not gloat, to not get ahead of yourselves, because the way that The Rock was reading the room and the way that they were letting the chants breathe, and I wonder if they've got this. I think they've got this. I think this, I could be completely wrong, but I do wonder if this is a choose your own adventure. I think it might be one of them books. I think the book that we're reading from is a choose your own adventure. I think that it is, the 9th of February here in the UK, right? It's the 9th of February. We've still got a long way to go till WrestleMania. If the Rock fans get their voices together and are loud, right? Loud as what the Cody fans have just been, and there's not much of a Cody kind of pushback, right? Then we may be going on a choose your own adventure where we go down the Rock road. I really do not have confidence that this story has played out or that it's set in stone. I really do not have that confidence. I think that rather than Cody fans going after Rock fans, I think what would be in Cody fans' best interest is to express that WWE have made the right decision and to keep going with there needs to be a new hashtag, right? We want Cody. I don't know if it quite fits the situation now, but I think the Cody fans still need their voices to be heard. They still need their voices to be heard. I'm very much feeling a choose your own adventure book here. There was a lot of read in the room. Capper Owen said, this feels real. It feels good. I'm hyped. Watching The Rock and Roman walk with Paul Heyman, it feels unreal. Things are unpredictable. Let's go. Yeah, I like it. I like what you've said there. I like what you've said about this being unpredictable. Because, as I said, I feel that way. Make no mistake about it. Not long ago, it was Rock Roman. Yeah? And all the dirt sheets were saying it was locked, it was contractually obligated, and Rock Roman is what you get in all the dirt sheets. Rock Roman, and I'd imagine they're getting a bit of grief right now. I don't think they should, because I do think this is a situation that is very unique. I don't think this is a plan that is set in stone that we are working towards. I think there is some fluidity here. I think there are changes. I think we're going down some roads we might not have been down before. I think there's a lot to unpack here, a lot to unpack, and this is not a normal play. So I think it could be true that Rock Roman was locked, and it might now be unlocked because of the support that Cody had. But if that is true, then this is where I'm going to come back and say, well, if Rock now gets that support, it'll change it once again. And I think, honestly, a tag match, a fatal four-way, a triple threat, double main event, right now, I still don't think things are off the table. I think if you was to talk to Triple H and The Rock and ask them about, how that went and where we're going, I still think that things are on the table here, so I wouldn't be celebrating if you was a Cody fan. I would just be making your voice still heard. I think you can have a smile on your face and take a breath, right? Because we've gone as Cody fans from being completely out the picture to now being back in the conversation, very much so, right? But there's more twists and turns to come. Matthew said, do you think The Rock is a little bit butthurt? It seems so. Yeah, I think so, yes. I really don't think they expected the backlash that came. That's what was being reported. Didn't expect the Rocky sucks chance. And you know that those comments, those Cody Crybaby comments, we said earlier, if that's come from him, really, I don't get it. Why would you go off at your fan base? I don't get it. Why would you call like a good chunk of your fans crybabies, right? If really, unless you're a heel. So we kind of went into this wondering if he was face, if he was heel. And to me, he'd very much shown his cards that he was leaning to being a heel. And so here we are at the end of the press conference. He's aligned with Roman. He's lined up with Roman Reigns. And I think that that looks like a very powerful, very interesting union, doesn't it? That union of those two is very, very interesting. There's a lot to be explored there. Maybe there'll be some Rock fans that are like, all right, we're not getting the match, but we've got something pretty interesting anyway, you know? And maybe they're looking at that. Maybe they're looking at that thinking, hopefully they'll be pleased with this. Hopefully they didn't get the match they wanted, but they'll be pleased with this union, right? That's just been created. And you know, listen, all unions get broken apart, right? I have no doubt that you will get Rock Roman at some point. But yeah, I got to tell you, man, this ain't the play I would have run. This ain't the play I would have run. We spoke beforehand about how do you please everyone? How do you make everyone happy? I'm struggling to see how Rock fans are happy at this. I'm struggling to see. I haven't even been on X, right, to have a look at the reaction yet. That's why I'm getting reaction from you guys. But I'm struggling to see how the Rock fans are going to be satisfied with what they've been presented here. So, not the play I would have run. Niall said, definitely leaning into Rock being on the board with a heel Rock that blurs the lines between real life and storyline, and the Rock outpowering Triple H. That was true. I mean, to be honest, I had already started because they had left the stage. I missed the start of the Triple H interview. It was annoying because I was doing that video and I was looking at Triple H and I was like, man, what is he saying right now? So as I was talking and doing that little video, I was looking at Triple H going, what's he saying right now? And then The Rock came past and Roman came past and I had to interrupt the video to actually throw over to what was being said. But the information that I got from it, I thought was quite important, which was, you better fix this, otherwise we will. So, you know, it's quite clear that there is more to this story. You know, that's not it. The Rock's not going home now, thanks. There is clearly a lot more to this. So Niall, shout out to you saying blurring the lines and the Rock outpowering Triple H, and how that dynamic, I mean, that could even be a dynamic on the show. We could see Rock and Triple H having conversations, you know, about like how this is going, and we could see the Rock put in pressure on Triple H. Honestly, it could be very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. But again, I don't think the Rock fans are going to accept that or like that if it doesn't result in Rock versus Roman, you know. Antho said, super heel Rock is going to be great must-watch TV. Yeah, to be honest, I mean, this was not the Rock I think any of us expected. Who expected heel Rock in 2024? Because every time he comes back, he interrupts the baby faces and runs them down and whatever, the heels, sorry, and runs them down, like he did with Jinder, like he did with Austin Theory. Always gets massive pops, massive reactions, but I think, you know, something happened which resulted in negative reactions, and you can't, I mean, listen, his social media has been bombarded with "we want Cody." Every post he puts up, I mean, his daughter has been chased off social media, right? So I mean, it's just been an absolute barrage. He's been battered, and I think the message got through to him. I don't know that changed the plans. This may have been the play from the very beginning. So I can't say that it changed the plans. But what I can say is that we are going down a path I wasn't expecting. Of all the options that were on the table before we started this stream, of all the options that were on the table, I don't think we ever spoke about Cody calls out Roman and then The Rock gets upset and sides with Roman. Because if someone had said that to me, I'd be like, okay, but you've just upset The Rock fans. That's what I would have said. And I also would have said, what's that actually leading to? Does that mean now that Cody has invited The Rock in to make his own journey more difficult? Because that makes Cody look a bit silly. If someone had said that to me before, that would be my answer. And that is my answer now, right? That's my answer now. It's exactly the same. I don't get this. I don't understand how this has given the Rock fans what they wanted and how it hasn't made Cody look like an idiot. Because he wins the Rumble and rather than just calling out Roman, he and ahed and he was like, I don't know what to do. And then seemingly allowed the Rock to get involved. And now he's got an even bigger problem than he did before. Like, why didn't he just call out Roman when he was on SmackDown? And then he wouldn't have had this. So, this is why we need to see it continue and play out. Because right now this is what you've come up with. Thank you for the Cody thing. Appreciate it, but this is strange. This is very... You do realise what you're doing right now is very bizarre. It's very bizarre. But, I think part of it is because we're so used to the Vince McMahon WWE that this is not a play that he would run. No flipping way would Vince have booked this. No way would Vince have booked this. What this is this is the Attitude Era guys of The Rock and Triple H getting together going, we could do something different. Triple H did say at the start of this thing, it's a new level, it's a new era, it's a new time. So we're seeing new creative. We're seeing stuff that we would not have done before. And it is, look at the engagement. There will be an explosion on social media right now as people are expressing their thoughts. Everyone's going to want opinion on this. Everyone's got opinion on this. Is it good? Is it bad? Where's it going? What's it leading to? Is there a tag match? Do we get Roman Cody? I would not count your chickens. I wouldn't count them. Where do you think this goes? Tag match, said Kendrick. Yes, it definitely feels like tag match, but where do you do that tag match? Because Elimination Chamber, word on the street is that was going to be Rock on a Grayson Waller effect show. And we know that Seth is on course to make it to Mania, but I don't think he's on course to make it to Elimination Chamber. So I really don't think we can run the tag match in Elimination Chamber. So that only leaves WrestleMania, because you ain't going to do it on a SmackDown. Surely you ain't going to run it on a SmackDown. So right now I'm sitting here going, night one? But why would you do the match on night one? Why would you do this tag match on night one? And then that means that Seth doesn't defend his title because he'll be Cody's partner. Because that would, there's 4 guys on the stage. If Cody needs a partner, Seth would seem the pick. And Seth is so desperate to main event a WrestleMania that he could go in as a main eventer, right? Granted, in a tag team, which I think he'd want it to be 1-on-1. Tag match, yes, it does feel like that's where we're heading, but I cannot tell you how or where or when. So thanks for watching the channel. Appreciate the support. Because it's such an unusual play. Surely we can't do the tag match night one. You've got Seth, who is desperately trying to get back, and you've got Drew, who I know wasn't on stage, but he is a big part in this, you know, thing. So Seth versus Drew versus Sammy or something, right? That would feel like you could run for night 1. And then Cody versus Roman. But what do you do with The Rock? Does that mean that The Rock is going to just be in Roman's corner? That's it. That's The Rock's role for this WrestleMania. He will be in Roman's corner, which then makes me think we need someone in Cody's corner to counter The Rock. And honestly, is that where we turn to Randy Orton? Is that where we turn to Randy? It's going to be Randy and Cody, and it's going to be Roman and Rock. And is that the play? Is that what we're running? Oh, jeez. Freddie said Triple H loves long-term storytelling. Maybe we get Rock-Roman alliance that eventually crumbles and leads to Rock versus Roman next year. I agree. I agree. Yep. I absolutely think we could now have a year of that. I tell you what, though, there'll be a lot of people that are saying, listen, Roman and the bloodline went stale. Okay? I don't think there's any arguing that. It went stale. But if you're now going to put The Rock in it, is it now stale anymore? Because I would say no. All right? I would say no. So is there now Roman fans that are going to rise up and say, we should just run with Roman's title reign? And we should just kick finishing the story down the road, because we will never have a better opportunity to beat Hogan's records than what we've got right now. Because all of a sudden, the bloodline is absolutely alive and back and well, right? Obviously, you wouldn't have Rock there every week, but just, you know, at the odd appearance, once a month, whatever it might be, like it's The Rock, right? So you might even now have Roman fans making that argument. So yeah, long-term storytelling, definitely. Triple H loves it. It could be that this is... I can't see them screwing over Cody again. Can't see Cody getting cheated again, only this time by The Rock. I mean, you could build to Cody and Rock. That definitely feels like a match in the future. And you definitely could build to Rock and Roman. That definitely feels like a match in the future. Right now, it feels pretty good about Cody and Roman, but I think there are so many directions that you can go, so many different directions that you can go, that I think that it's which way do you want to go? Where do you want to go? Which way? And as I said, this has got a bit of a choose your own adventure kind of vibe to it. Trent said Cody and Seth versus Rock and Roman night 1. Winners fight for both titles on night 2. What do you mean? So you mean that, like, if... What do you mean? Who would be champion? If you have Roman and Rock against Cody and Seth, and Cody and Seth win, who's champion? Who's got Roman's belt? Would it be Cody? Because that would be a weird way to end Roman's title reign, wouldn't it? No, I couldn't. I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that. It's an idea. It's an idea. It's a valid idea. But unless you just didn't have any, unless no one was Roman's champion, that belt just went to the next day. That's a weird. That's weird, isn't it? If Roman gets beaten, he drops the title to the person that beats him. But here, he gets beaten, but the person that beat him doesn't become champion. It goes into the main event of night 2. Nah, that's too weird for me. Oh, man, I don't know what this is. It could happen in the sense of, like, tag match, everything up for grabs. The person that gets the pin wins all the belts, kind of a thing, but that's not how I would end Roman's title reign. Roman's historic title reign, I think, has got to end the right way, and that to me wouldn't be the right way. George, thank you. George said Triple H tweeted Cody Roman is official. So Cody Roman is official. Well, as of now. As of now it is. Decision made. So, decision made. Cody gets the chance to finish his story when he challenges Roman Reigns in the main event of WrestleMania. This. Crazy. The Roman Reigns. Crazy. I honestly feel for the Rock fans who had Rock versus Roman Reigns dangled in front of them, only to have it taken away. Really pleased for Cody, though. This is what it should have been on SmackDown. But where do we go from here? It's very clear that this story is far, far from over. Roman Reigns and The Rock as a union is very interesting. Will that union split at WrestleMania? Giving The Rock fans the match they want later in the year? Oof. I still think splitting Roman's titles and giving everyone what they want was the right choice. Okay. Triple H has tweeted. Triple H has tweeted, said Kendrick. Thank you, my friends. Planet Dan said Triple H has confirmed it. Well, he's confirmed. I don't know if you saw how he worded the tweet. I can throw it up on screen right now. So this is the tweet, look. He said, decision made. So decision made. Cody Rhodes gets the chance to finish his story when he challenges Roman Reigns in the main event of WrestleMania. Well, that's true, right? Because he did make the decision and he has selected Roman Reigns. But as we said, where does that leave The Rock? Where does it leave Seth? Let's have a look at the top tweets, shall we? Let's go trending right now. So WrestleMania is the top trend. Then Seth. Oh, wow. Didn't expect that. Of all the names, Seth is second. Then President of Mexico. So perhaps Seth has become the President of Mexico. Then The Rock. Which would be very interesting to see what people were saying about him. Kobe, Putin. Good to see Kamala getting the respect he deserves, you know. That's deserved. That is very deserved. Big fan of Kamala. And I don't know. I don't know if Cody is featured, to be honest. Dwayne is there. Big E is there. I've got to think Cody is being mentioned. Perhaps they've shoved it in the WrestleMania one or something. Don't know. There's no one talking about Cody now. He's just been announced as the main event. Apparently no one's talking about him anymore. So, yeah, that was the tweet decision made. Cody gets the chance to finish his story when he challenges Roman Reigns in the main event of WrestleMania. So that's the tweet, and I think it is very interesting because he has made that decision. That is where we are now, but is that where we're going to be in a few weeks' time? Joy Marie said, dang, I missed the press event. I'm wondering if The Rock will really do the right thing. Let Cody fight Roman. Wishful thinking with nervousness. Oh, right. I don't know if you're still with us. You don't know how it's gone. Cody TNA is better than Cody AEW is better than Cody WWE. Tommy Toy Travels. Hope you are well. I know. Have you started now? You've got, what day is it? I don't even know what day it is. Thursday. You've got TNA, have you not? Yeah, we do need to go. Triple T is live. Invading the stream. But I need to get through these super chats first. So, Joy Maurice, I don't know if you've watched, but it's finished. And I won't spoil it for you. Kieran said, Rollins' belt has been buried in all of this, in my opinion. Well, it has. I mean, they keep calling it the number 2 belt. And I thought it was very interesting that they gave Seth and Roman a moment on stage together. That does indicate that something is happening there. And honestly, I thought that Roman got the better of him. The problem that Seth has got is that he has decided to go down the road of wearing outlandish clothes and being a little bit macho man, right? So Macho Man used to wear bright attire and try and stand out from the crowd. Peacock, right? And that's what Seth's doing. The problem is, though, when Roman walks out and he looks so cool and he's got like a really nice black jacket. Really nice black jacket. He looks cool. You know, good facial hair. You can tell he's had a nice cut as well. And he's kind of just looking like $1 billion. And you've got Seth there in a green sparkly suit, bows on his shoes, you know? And he's like, oh, look, this guy, he's finally turned up to work. And he's like, oh, look at this guy. He's turned up in his wife's shoes. Like, you know, that little back and forth. I thought Roman got the better of him. Seth, like, I think Seth had that line planned. Like, oh, look, this guy's turned up to work. But I don't know. I don't know if he had anything else to come back with. Seth was in a very unenviable position because he can't really build anything with Roman because he ain't facing Roman. So he can't really start screaming and shouting and getting in his face because that ain't the match we're building. The match we're building is the one where Cody's just come out and called out Roman Reigns. So, yeah, weird. They have buried Seth's belt. And I don't know that that's him being on stage and looking like a spare wheel. I don't know that that did much for him either. Antho said, this super heel version of Rock joining the bloodline and ruling WWE is going to make WWE must-watch TV for so many more people. This is awesome. So Antho is very excited. And that's true in the sense of, you know, what message does it send out? What message does it send out? It sends out the message that we are going to have Rock around for a bit. This didn't feel like Rock was just here for this. It sent the message out that Rock is around. I expect him to still be at WrestleMania, of course. And he's aligned with Roman. How's that going to show itself? It's going to, I tell you what, it's going to make a very interesting build because honestly, I think there's a really good chance that Rock at some point gets his hands on Cody in the build to WrestleMania. I could see him like getting his hands on Cody. How's Solo going to react to Rock being around? You know, there's so many facets to this that are interesting because all of a sudden now Solo has got his tribal chief. What the hell is The Rock? Because The Rock is The Rock. So if there's any sort of disagreement between these two as to which way to go to deal with this problem, you're going to have Jimmy and Solo in the middle. The build for this WrestleMania is going to be, I mean, beyond fascinating. there's fascinating, and then there's this. Tazzy 2K23, shout out to you, my friends. I appreciate the support. Mitchell said, Days, check out that Triple H tweet. We did, bud. We're on it. We're all over it. All over it. And as I said, I don't think it's anything other than if you didn't watch the press conference, a decision has been made. If you didn't watch, just so you know, Cody has made his choice. It is going to be him and Roman Reigns. Kendrick said Triple H has tweeted about the Cody and Roman at Mania, lol. Hayden said Triple H versus Rock at WrestleMania. Both feel disrespected. Unfortunately not, because Triple H has got I think he's got a defibrillator actually built in now. So, he put the gloves. He put the boots down. I think he's done. I think he has absolutely run it till the wheels have fallen off. I don't think he's got another match in him because of if his heart was to stop or something, or there was an issue with his heart. I think he's got that defibrillator built in that kicks in to and he's got kids and he's very much transitioned now to the creative. So I think he's done. So I'm not expecting Triple H Rock, but if it weren't for that, then I would be with you and I would say, yes, that is very much a path that we could go down. Boba Jet, brackets, Pedro said The Rock is the new Vince minus the scandals. The Rock is the new Vince minus the scandals. What, like throwing his weight around type situation? I mean, it is true. He's on the board. He's on the board, so... I mean, he has said to Triple H, sort it. If you don't, we will. It's going to be very interesting to see that relationship play out between those two going forward. Very, very interesting. Glasgow Geek, shout out to you. Glasgow Geek 1985. Appreciate you hanging out with us and the build to this and everything that's just happened. So, big shout out to you, my friend. Kappa Owen said Elimination Chamber, Roman versus Cody and Jay. Rock Roman versus Cody and Jay. Maybe Seth isn't the partner. Perhaps Jay is going to be the one that comes into this. So, I mean, that would be a massive, massive swerve because Roman was not expected to wrestle on that show. And The Rock was going to be in a Grayson Waller segment. That was reported the other day. So if now we are getting them to there to do this tag match, listen, we absolutely could. We absolutely could. And then maybe we do the chamber to figure out who's going to face Seth, which I'd feel pretty good would be Drew. So, Kappa, shout out to you. We could go that way. Niall shouting about Triple H's tweets. I don't think I've missed another one. I think it probably still is that same one. Decision made, says Triple H. It was shared. He had it shared on his social media. I can tell you that the WWE Kickoff show on X got 264,000 views. That's what it says at the moment. Right, Matthew said, imagine if this was all, in fact, planned all along to make Cody a super babyface, like a prime Cena level face. Just finding out how Seth fits into this, says Matthew. Well, I mean, what I would say is it doesn't make Cody look brilliant because he has asked advice about who he should face, and I don't know why. Right, because he made it very clear after the Rumble that he wanted Roman. So the fact that he has asked people, Seth put that seed of doubt in his mind on Monday Night Raw, and then I think he's asked people, and one of the people he asked was The Rock. The Rock maybe is a heel and has managed to worm his way in, right? And has managed to get into this story so that he can face Roman instead. Cody has had to think about it and thought, actually, no, I do want to face Roman, and so now he is facing Roman. That's upset The Rock. I mean, it's a pretty wild story, isn't it? I mean, if you go step by step, it does work. But the only thing I would say is that I really don't think this is what they had planned. I can't believe that when The Rock came out, he thought he was going to have a negative reaction. He didn't in the arena. The arena popped and were, you know. So he came out and the live crowd reacted one way, but a lot of us at home reacted a very different way. And I don't know that The Rock thought that was going to go down that way. So I don't know. I kind of feel like there is a chance that this has been planned from the start. There is a chance this has been planned from the start. But as I've said before, no one will ever tell me. I will never, ever buy that this has played out perfectly, right? I will never buy that. Because I think there are elements to this that have not gone to plan. There are reports that the Rocky Sucks chance took people by surprise, and that was not what they were expecting. They thought it would build sympathy on Cody. I don't think they expected it to turn The Rock heel in people's eyes. So, but other than that bit, other than that part of it, this could be a story that they have had planned from the beginning. And, you know, Rock did say as well, long gamer, I think there's still a lot more to come than what we've had so far. Right, we have had 1,557 votes. And I can tell you that 65% of you love what just happened. 29%, which is sizable. That's nearly a third, right, are unsure or confused, right? They don't know how they feel. And 6% hate it. So what I would say is, in our community, for only 6% to hate it, that's quite low and lower than I thought, actually. But 30% are still unsure how they feel about it. 30% are still like, oh, I don't know, man. Maybe it's good, maybe it's not, I don't know. So there's 30% there. 65% are loving it, though. So it would suggest that WWE have done something not terrible, right? But clearly something that has not got everyone on board. But that was always going to be hard to have something that everyone was on board with. Jim said at least there was no die Rocky die. That's true. That's true. Mr. B said Roman versus Cody, with The Rock costing Roman the title, with Cody winning. This starts a full-on bloodline feud. Roman and Rock don't need titles for that to happen. The only problem I've got with that is that, do you really want Cody winning that title because someone helped him win it? You know? I would kind of feel like if Cody's going to do it, he's got to do it on his own. So I think what I would do is I would have Cody win the title, and then I would have Rock slap Roman after, call him a disgrace, say like that he's let the family down, how could you? And then you go into the feud. So I'm fine with it, but I would just tweak it. And you know what? Maybe you actually have heel Rock against face Roman. Imagine that. Imagine The Rock is actually worse than Roman. Like, it turns out The Rock is actually more vicious and actually lays into Roman and says that he's been a tribal chief. He's been a disgrace. He's not carried this belt with honor, and he lays into him. That would be wild, wouldn't it? To have like a even worse tribal chief. And it leads to Roman against The Rock. And maybe, oh God, that's wild. That is wild. I was going to say, I mean, maybe Roman beats The Rock and everyone's pleased. There's more to this. There's more to this story. Donald said, did you hear Punk? He kept talking about punching people in the mouth. He loves it. He loves it, Donald. Dave said, The Rock is not a heel. He's just messing about. It's all a trick. He will turn on Roman at the end at WrestleMania with a Cody win. Sonny, shout out to you. John said, Days, did you notice at the end Roman following... Where is it? Roman following and listening to The Rock. This is a build. Roman is going to follow Rock, and this proves that Rock is the chief at 41. Roman looked like a little bro. So you think Roman is just walking in like The Rock's shadow for a bit now? And then there's going to be questions about who is the real tribal chief. That would be good, man. That would be good. Leading to a split and a match and everything. Yes, that would be good. Matthew says, I know one thing. My love for Roman has gone up 1,000. I've never liked Cody. I just can't take him seriously. Jim said, Solo reveals eventually he's been working for The Rock the whole time. Victor said, Days, Cody needs to call Vin Diesel so he can deal with The Rock. Lol. Maka said, Days, what if The Rock is fooling everyone and he helps Cody at WrestleMania, taking out Jimmy and Solo? That would be pretty cool, wouldn't it? You could go that way as well. That's really cool. Do you know, what I'm going to say is that I think people need to be left with their thoughts a little more. There's some great shouts. But I think what we will do is we will definitely do an opinion video tomorrow with your thoughts, your theories, your questions. I think it could go this way. I think this a lot of the stuff that we're seeing here, I really don't want it to be in this stream. I want it to be in a separate video. So what I would say is on X, what I'm going to put up now is I'm going to put up the feedback required. Feedback required. You've got one comment. Don't give me more than one because I am expecting to be bombarded, right? So give me one comment that's got your thoughts in about if you like it, if you don't like it, where you think it's going. If you're a Rock fan, how do you feel about it? If you're a Cody fan, how do you feel about it? If you're a Roman fan, how do you feel about it? Where do you think it's going? How do you think it's going to play out? And what we will do tomorrow is we will do a video where I show your comment on screen and we do what we're doing here and now. We kind of go through these theories, but I don't want them to be in this live stream because no one's going to watch this. And so your comment, your theory is going to be buried away, right? We're just talking in the moment right now, which is cool and fine. But I think we could really take these theories and put them into a separate video like we have been doing with the opinions. And, you know, I think that will be something which could reach the wider community. Because obviously people are off doing other bits now, you know. People are off and getting ready for work tomorrow, getting ready for school, and watching TNA and doing other bits and bobs. So I think we'll take that approach. Triple H has tweeted, is it a new tweet or is it the one from... oh, it's the same one. So, yes, decision made. We saw that, but... Right, okay, I'm going to go and do that. I'm Villain said, love it or hate it, this build is doing exactly what they want. WWE is the talk of the town. We might be in for one of the best manias in a long time. Well, we've had 1.6 thousand votes, and you can see that's how people feel about it. Love it, hate it, confused by it. That's where people stand. So, yeah, amazing. Okay, not the way I would have gone. Tons of talking points. Really don't feel like this is over at all. Really don't feel like this is over. I am going to go away, work on an unseen video, get some of that reaction, get some of them thoughts. I'm sure wrestlers have responded as well. There'll be an unseen video. It's going to take me a few hours. That's why I need to go. But I will also put up that feedback required thing on X, right? And I will put that up so that you can share your comments, thoughts, theories. Keep them to one message. And we will look to do that video tomorrow. Okay? Thank you so much for joining us. Don't forget, we're here for Raw, NXT, SmackDown, premium live events, weird press conferences that no one expected. We're here for all these things. So that means we are back tomorrow for SmackDown. And Cody is on SmackDown, and I don't know about Roman, but we're going to hear more, right? SmackDown is going to be maybe not as unmissable as today, but I think everyone wants the next step in this story. Everyone wants whatever is next, and we do not have long to wait. That is tomorrow, SmackDown, and we will be here, and we start 2 hours before the show. So we will be talking about whatever the latest developments are. So thanks for joining us. Appreciate the support as always. And everyone that threw in super chats and threw in their thoughts. Thank you so much for joining us. And I will see you again next time. Bye for now.